Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you was just a fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I don't fucking take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you was just a fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back.
Hi, Ms. Barbara.
Hello, I'm going to try to figure out how to put a picture on here.
Okay, I'm going to say hi to the chat. Hi, Grandma. How you doing? Hi, Marianne. Hi, sweet girl. Oh, that's me. Hi, how you doing? Yo, Jimmy, how are you? Okay. This is a very interesting case, you guys. This has to do with an inventor or somebody of a business in Florida. And Grandma's going to read like the first police report, but I'm going to read to you real quick it's called the Treehouse Murders, they call it, okay? And I got the one that's accusing him, the one that got him arrested for this, because there's more than one person, was a guy that was a captain out there, and he said, if I say, Tyrone, will you let me go home? So this man, in my opinion so far, has been, what's the word should I use, Grandma? Set up. That could be it. But it's really interesting because he's representing himself, and he's nothing like Daryl Brooks at all. And that's the cover that we trialed today. Okay. This is in Key West. So why do you call it the treehouse murder? The body was found in a treehouse. Lead detective claims his boss coach witnessed and fabricated evidence. There you go. Okay. Let's see. So we're not going to read this because I already got the video. So I'm not going to read the words. of that man, I got the interview at the police station. Hi, Miss Barbara.
Hello.
Okay, so let me skim through this. There's a new ripple in the Treehouse murder case. In March 8, 2021, the lead detective claims his boss at the sheriff's office had coached witnesses and used fabricated evidence in a building murder against Franklin Tucker. And that's the man. Okay, November 17th, 2027, two masked men attacked 50-year-old Paul, who lived on the roof of Matthew Bonnet's treehouse in Stock Island. One of them put a knife to her throat and demanded money. She screamed at the top of her lungs. He cut a 7-inch gash in her throat. Oh, I'm not going to go in details. YouTube don't like this. They made a new thing now. His roommate, okay. His roommate is a deserted warehouse. His roommate is a deserted warehouse. Roy Wilson. He said he did it. A woman named April saw him and helped get rid of the bloody clothes the night of the murder. After his arrest, he confessed to his cellmate, Leon Jackson. Jackson said Tucker admitted to have stabbed him 59 times. You guys see what's going on here? He said, she said stuff. He was so shocked by Tucker's apparent lack of remorse that he spontaneously, Grandma, what's that word? Spontaneously, whatever. Reported confession to sheriff's office. Tucker
Spontaneously?
Huh?
Where are you at?
Right here.
I can't see it because I've got the document open.
Let me look. Spontaneously.
Spontaneously?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I struggle. You guys know that.
All right.
Okay. The problem with that version of the facts is that there are two victims who did survive the assault, Paula and Todd. And they both knew Tucker and both insisted to this day he was not there. I must have told detective probably 10 times that it was not Tucker, said Paula in her September 28, 2020 death. Did she know what Tucker looked like? They were friends. The two had breakfast together 3 or 4 after the incident at McDonald's. So after these alleged things took place, they went to McDonald's. Around the treehouse, people have their own theory of what happened. A feud between two women had caused the death of an innocent man, Matthew. The woman and Paula and Athena both believed that the informant for the sheriff's office, and I got that too, I got the informant's body cam. A number of these people came forward to detectives, including Paula, saying Anithia organized the heist, which turned into murder. The status treehouse itself is somewhat of a mystery. Every member of law enforcement who responded to this murder the night seemed to know that Paula was dealing drugs in her makeshift apartment on a treehouse roof, yet no records of drug tests at the location in a 9-month period that they can find. Some puzzling details. A marked $100 bill was found flopping around the scene that night. An officer is heard saying, "Oh, it's mine." Oh my God. The other one said, "You check your serial number. If it ends in 27, it's mine. 27A." Something like that. The number ended in a 72A. Oh, interesting. On a recording of an open mic at the Detective Bureau, Captain Penny Phillips is heard warning the detectives, "That's the one we're going to watch. I hope Todd can ID him. Jesus Christ, we are all in trouble." Him was Ty Tucker. Philip does not elaborate further on what kind of trouble was lurking over him. Matthew, the lead detective in the case, was recently deposed by Tucker's attorney. Higgins asked questions about the controlled by gun ban theory and why there was a sheriff's cruiser parked across the street around the time of the murders. Oh my God. We've seen that today, Grandma.
I know.
Detective Pitcher denied knowing anything about the drug operation that night. Yeah, right. However, some of Pitcher's responses do not raise question as to the integrity of the investigation and whether an innocent man living in Coatios. What is that? I thought it was Key West. Okay, whatever.
Well, it's probably in the area. I don't know.
So there you have it. Wow. This trial just started yesterday, and I find it very interesting, and I smell corruption, and something's not right. I can't say corruption yet. That judge was very rude to this man. He seemed irritated that he's representing himself. However, he's nothing like Daryl Brooks. He is sounds very intelligent, don't he, Grandma?
He does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Grandma's going to read the first police report. And then from there, we'll watch that interview.
Ready?
Ready?
Okay, on 11/17/2017, at approximately 2018 hours, Deputy Moeller was dispatched to the CVS Stock Island in reference to a male in the parking lot saying that 2 people were just stabbed. I arrived at the CVS at 2020 hours and met with a shirtless male later identified as Todd O'Quinn. O'Quinn told me 2 people were stabbed across the street at a house. I asked O'Quinn which house, and he told me the tree house. I know there's a residential property with a large tree house on Laurel Avenue behind CVS. I drove to the front of the property, and O'Quinn met me there on foot. I walked onto the property through an opening in the front wooden fence. O'Quinn told me the victims were in the tree house, and I could hear someone screaming from the top of the treehouse. As I walked up the steps of the treehouse, I could see a male lying face down in the first landing area. The male laying face down was later identified as Matthew Bonnet. Bonnet was not responsive and covered in blood. I continued up the stairs of the treehouse to the top level, where the other individual was screaming for help. Once at the top level of the treehouse, I saw Paula Belmonte holding her neck and screaming that she was stabbed. I was familiar with Paula from previous encounters. I saw a deep cut on the right side of her neck, approximately 4 inches in length. Belmonte had blood on her, primarily her hands and neck. I found a towel on the ground and had Belmonte hold it on her neck and keep pressure. I told Belmonte to sit down and continue to hold pressure on her neck. I went back down to Bonnet and attempted to feel for a pulse or breathing. Hang on, I got to scoop my page here. Bonnet was not responsive and warm to the touch. I did not feel a pulse, and I did not feel or see Bonnet breathing. I attempted to roll Bonnet onto his back so I could start CPR. I could not roll Bonnet over by myself. Rescue arrived on the scene at 20:25 hours. Fire and rescue individual on the scene were Brandon Bertini, Sean Ojeda, Brett Cameron, Larry Blaylock from Section 8. Fire rescue transported Bonnet and Belmonte to Lower Keys Medical Center. They are in the Keys.
Are they?
Yeah. Bonnet was pronounced dead at Lower Keys Medical Center at 21:12 hours. Belmonte was treated for the wound on her neck. While Belmonte was waiting to be transported to the hospital, she told me the suspect was a black male named Detroit, and she did not know his real name. Belmonte stated that there were 2 suspects wearing masks over their faces. Belmonte told me she was with a friend named Roger Ruggett in the treehouse when she was attacked. Belmonte said Roger was attacked as well, and Belmonte was unsure where Roger went. Belmonte stated that the person who cut her neck took her small pink wallet and her backpack. God, this is crazy.
I know.
Okay, I met Benjamin Hansen on scene in the yard as well. Hansen told me he lived in the trailer on the east side of the property. Hansen told me he had heard a loud commotion, went out of his trailer, and saw an individual running out of the front gate entrance. Hansen stated he then went back in his trailer. Hansen told me that there was another resident of the property named Anathea Clay, also known as April, who he had not seen. I asked O'Quinn and Hansen to stay at the front gate entrance while I searched the remaining buildings on the property. I did not find any additional persons on the property. That's interesting, isn't it? I secured the bottom of the treehouse stairs with crime scene tape and asked Hansen to step outside of the property with me. I secured the scene until Major Crimes Detective Pitcher arrived on scene. I began a crime scene log at 21:20. Once Detective Pitcher arrived, I stayed on scene to assist with canvassing the area for evidence. I located a $100 bill near the scene and notified Detective Pitcher. Crime scene detective Mitchell from KWPD arrived on, that's Key West Police Department, so that confirms that for you. Arrived on scene and began processing at approximately 22:55 hours. This incident was recorded on my BWC, body-worn camera. You want me to continue or you want break? Girlfriend.
Are you there?
I ran out to the kitchen.
All right, you crazy. Do you want me to keep reading though?
No, we're good. Okay. The reason why we're
So
good.
that was really interesting.
Yes.
And that they say no one else was on the property. So they didn't say that Franklin was on the property.
Right. So far, I really do believe this man. Today was day 2 of the trial, and they're not letting him get the word out outwise. However, that female detective, remember the detective that was on the stand today?
Say that again.
The detective that was on the stand today committed perjury. She committed perjury on the stand.
She did.
Yep. I think this guy, he's like the fall guy because everybody else is afraid.
I think they might, because they also, you got to remember what they said today, because they were talking about a CI, a confidential informant.
Yeah, I got those videos too. Won't that be wonderful to see?
If these guys are dealing with confidential informants and they're using that as a basis for their facts, I found that interesting today too, because I thought, wait a minute, you're basing it on that? On somebody's word that's, if they're a confidential informant, I mean, they're out for themselves.
Well, and then they're his 2 friends, they've been telling them over and over that it wasn't Tucker. What do you think about that, Miss Barbara?
I don't think that's the first time I've heard of a detective lying on the stand.
I was waiting for your comment. Okay.
I mean, it's not the first time I've heard it. I know for a fact it happens.
Right. Okay, so what we're going to do, we are going to see the first interview done. And that's the captain of that area, Captain Penny Phillips. Okay, guys? How does that sound? Good?
Yeah.
Here we
Do
go.
your thing, girl.
We're good. We're good.
So much more comfortable. Okay, April. First thing you need to know is you're not under arrest. You're not going to jail. That door opens. It's not locked. Like my door, go ahead and open your door. Anytime you want to get out, the door opens and you can get out anytime you want to get out. Anytime you're done talking to me, just say, you know what? I'm done talking to you. And we're done talking. You and I and Rosa are talking woman to woman here. And I just want to let you know that this is because you're free to go and you're not under arrest. So anytime you don't want to talk anymore, all you have to do is say, I don't want to talk anymore. Now I'm going to give you my unofficial name so we can be a little bit more friendly and not so formal. My first name is Penny, and that is Rosa. Rosa's a detective with the sheriff's office, and I'm a captain with the sheriff's office. And we know that you have a warrant out of Dallas, yes, for a little bit of weed, although I was teasing you about selling bad bracelets. We know it was for a little bit of weed. But you knew, and we found out that it's in-state extradition only, so don't ever go back to Texas, because you'll get picked up in Texas, but you're not being picked up here, okay? What I want to talk to you about is what's going on tonight. So you tell me what you think is happening tonight here.
I really don't know. All this is new to me. I've never been through this before. So it's like new to me.
Have you ever been arrested before?
Once,
Once? Was that for the marijuana?
Mhm.
And that was the only time?
yes,
Have you ever had the police come with rams and kicking in doors and screaming
No.
like they did? A little scary?
yes,
More than a little bit scary?
a lot.
Did you almost think you were going to have the baby tonight?
I was hoping not.
And I understand you're like really 9 months, yes?
Yes,
Pretty darn close. Any day now.
yes,
And you're hoping to have that baby on your birthday.
yes.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Or at least the day after.
Well, let's say it, here's the thing. Let's talk about this. So your baby has your birthday. Who gets gypped out of the birthday presents? You or the baby? Who do you
Me.
think? Yeah, don't you think? So it would be better if it was the day before or the day after, don't you think?
Right.
Yeah. April, Rory's not here, and I want Rory to be here for you. So I want you to talk with us about what's going on and what's been going on, because you as a brand new mom, right now you're going at this alone. And it's going to be tough. And I'm just looking for a way to let you know that telling the truth is going to be the best way to go with this. Because I'm going to tell you a story. My grandmother was 4'10", little bitty woman. She had a mean backhand. You never cursed in front of my grandma because she would smack you. And she drank Stroh's beer in the long neck bottles and smoked Pall Mall cigarettes till she was like in her 90s. But my grandma would tell you that no matter how thin you rolled a piece of paper, there was two sides to the piece of paper. And so no matter how thin the story is, there's always two sides to a story. So we know one side of the story, and what we're looking for is the other side of the story. Like what happened, and to hear your version of the story, because we know one side, and I'd really like to give you a chance to talk about your side and Rory's side.
I really don't know what happened or what's happening.
What have you been hearing that's been happening?
I know the guy right there told me that it was a murder that happened by CVS a couple of nights ago, and I told him I didn't know nothing about that.
Okay. I mean the guy that's here on the porch that's kind of looking at us? Do you know his name? Okay. He's just somebody that lives in the building too?
Yes.
Did he say who was murdered by CVS or what happened? Did he give you any details?
It just was like two guys. They robbed a guy, and then the guy got murdered.
Okay. Has Rory been talking about what he's heard?
No.
What about the other guy? Does he go by Frank or Franklin? What name does he go by?
What
The guy with the beard, yeah.
Oh, they go by Ty.
Ty? Has Ty been talking about it?
He don't be around us. He stay upstairs.
Okay.
Even if he do come around, he don't talk about much.
Kind of keeps to himself? Does he work anywhere?
He worked with this guy doing like landscaping.
Okay. Is Rory working anywhere right now?
Yeah, with Ty doing the
Landscaping? Trying to do the best he can to keep you comfortable and get ready for that baby. He told me that the baby's going to Michigan State. Is that true?
No.
I hope not, because I'm from Michigan. You know what we say about Michigan State, right?
No.
You only go to Michigan State when you can't get in the University of Michigan. So you got to convince him that that baby cannot go to Michigan State. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Why is he saying Michigan State? What's his great love with Michigan State?
I don't know.
Is Rory originally from Michigan?
Detroit, Michigan?
Really?
Yes.
Are you from Michigan?
No, I'm from Miami.
Have you ever been to Michigan?
No.
Don't go to Detroit. It's ugly, ugly city. Uglier than Miami. At least Miami has an ocean you can look at. Detroit's got polluted lakes you can look at. So, well, in Michigan you have to pick one of the two schools. It's like down here the Seminoles or the Gators. What kind of fan are you? So I guess we need to talk to them. That baby cannot go to Michigan State. Pinky promised me the baby's not going to Michigan State.
I promise.
All right, that's good. Because April, I know there's been a lot of talk about what's been going on, and it's really unfortunate, but Rory's name has come up in this, and Ty's name has come up in it, and that's why they're not here, is because their names are all wrapped up in this. And it's really, here's the weird thing for all of us that have done search warrants before. Usually, if somebody doesn't know what's going on, they'll say, what's going on? Why are you here? Do you have a warrant? I want to see the paper. I don't know what's going on. You've been really, really quiet tonight, almost like you kind of knew that someday we would come and knock on the door, and that it just happened tonight, and you kind of sat there thinking, okay, it happened, and this is going to suck, because you weren't the kind of person that asked the questions that people normally ask. So I got to tell you, I think there's been some talk. I know you weren't involved, but I think you've been hearing talk, or people have been talking with you or talking around you, and you know something about what happened Friday night.
Honestly, I don't. When the man handcuffed me, I just asked him what is going on, and he didn't say much.
Okay. I'm looking at, it was Friday. Where was Rory Friday? Last Friday, the 17th.
Yeah, with me.
All night.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to talk to you about something. Remember, no matter how thin a piece of paper is, there's two sides. One side of the story and your side of the story. Your side of the story needs to be really, really truthful, because if it's not, telling something that's not accurate and is not truth can make things worse. Telling the truth can only make things better. And what I want to let you know is, when you walk this neighborhood, like if you've been walking around it, there are video cameras everywhere. And we've pulled video from all over this neighborhood. And you know what we see on Friday? 8:11 p.m. Ty leaves here, and he walks up 2nd Street towards Laurel. At 8:19 p.m., 4 minutes after a murder happened, Ty's coming back down 2nd Street. Guess who's with him? Rory. 4 minutes after somebody got killed. Now we don't.
I mean, I know he's not early with it, but they around the afternoon, like 7, 8 weeks in the house.
Okay. Because I don't believe Rory or Ty or anybody meant for someone to die that night. I don't think that meant that happened. That was a bad thing. It was something that they did that went wrong. And there's a big difference between leaving your house, looking for somebody to murder them, and and leaving the house, looking to maybe get some money back, maybe get some drugs, maybe to scare somebody, and then it just goes wrong and somebody ends up dying. You see the difference there? I mean, if you were facing a situation, would you rather be the person that went deliberately, intentionally, and meant to kill somebody, or would you rather be the person that got kind of hooked up in something and it just went wrong and it happened? Who would you rather be?
Neither.
Yeah. Me either, but I mean, if one or the other had to happen, I would much rather have it be an accident, like a mistake. And I think that's what happened here because we're hearing that there was stuff going on with Rory and Ty, and some of the stuff might not even have been their idea. That we think somebody talked to Rory and somebody talked to Ty and convinced them that this thing would be a good thing for them to do, and then they agreed to do it, and then it just went horribly, horribly wrong, and a mistake happened. And I cannot believe that Rory, as a good man, you know what his last words to us when we were taking him? Please make sure April's okay. Please make sure my baby's okay. Please don't do anything to hurt my baby. So even though he's looking at some stuff, his last concern, you and that baby of yours. So I know he's a good man. I know he's going to be a good father, and I know he's done right by you. It's been really hard to find a place to live down here since the hurricane. It's been really hard to find a job down here since the hurricane, and despite the fact that it's been really hard, he's done right by you. I mean, you're not living in a palace, but you got running water. You've taken care of yourself to get a little bit of electricity. He's got a place for you to cook. There's food on the table. He's got a plan to take you over to the hospital when that baby is due. So he's doing right by you. He's doing everything he can to do right by you. Now, a good man like that wouldn't have that mistake happen and not come home and talk to you about it. He's going to tell you about it. He's going to tell you what happened. He's going to tell you the story because he's going to want to let you know he didn't do the bad thing. He's going to want to let you know it was a mistake. So I know, April, that he's talked to you, and I know that they've talked around you, and I know that he was not the one that came up with this idea, that somebody gave him and Ty the idea to go do this thing, get a little bit of money, maybe get a little bit of drugs to sell for money. And I think Rory got all wrapped up in that because he knew a little bit of money would help you and help the baby. He did it for all the right reasons, April. He didn't do it to go out and smoke crack. He didn't do it to go out and buy brand new shoes for himself. He did this to help you and help that baby. He did it for all the right reasons, and it just went badly. But I know he talked to you about it because he's a good man, and he would have shared with you to let you know, please don't think I'm a bad guy. Please don't think I did this to hurt somebody.
He
It just,
didn't tell me nothing. When he came back home, he didn't say nothing.
did you know something was wrong?
No,
Okay,
because he was acting the same way he normally act when he's around me.
okay. And that's Friday when he came home? Do you remember him leaving the house around 8 o'clock?
He left way before that.
Way before 8, okay. Do you remember what time he got home Friday night?
Probably like about 9 o'clock.
Okay. How was he acting when he got home?
Normal, like just relaxed, like he always
Okay,
come in, ask me, am I all right? Did I eat? If not, can you cook something for me? And I told him, no, I'm fine. I ate, and he sat down and just started watching TV with me.
okay. Did Ty come home with him Friday night about 9?
Oh, I don't know what time was at that time.
Okay,
I don't stay with us, so if he did come in, I didn't see him
okay. When's the next time you saw Ty?
that next day.
Next day? Ty say anything? Have you heard bits and pieces of conversations between Ty and Rory talking?
Most of the time when they talk, they come outside because they always smoking cigarettes and they know I don't like the smell.
Okay,
So they'll come outside and he'll close the door. So if they are talking, I don't know.
okay. Because he's worried about you. He's really worried. And he just said, promise me. He made me promise that I would take care of you and make sure that we took care of the baby. And that we wouldn't do anything to put you and the baby in a bad way. And I gave the man my word. And the reason I did, because I can tell he's a good man to you. And he's going to be a good father to that baby. This is just something that went really, really wrong. And I want to work really hard at trying to help him get it right, get it straight. Just tell us what happened. Just be honest about it and just say, look, because I think he got jammed up in this, April, and I think you know it too. Do you know a woman by the name of Paula by any chance? Do you know, has he ever talked about Paula? What about a woman named April? Your name? Okay. What do you think was going on when they were coming back 4 minutes after a guy died, walking down 2nd Street together? Why would they be together if they weren't together when he left? Don't you see where I think it's kind of odd? I mean, they're coming from a place where somebody just died, I think by accident, but they're walking down the street, and they're not walking, April. They're not smoking a cigarette, and they're not walking like somebody walks when they're taking a walk. They're hauling. They're moving quick away from what just happened. And he comes home to you. And I think he's been struggling with, how do I tell her? And I just think tonight that part of your reaction was, it happened. They're here. And I think he's been controlled about it, and he may be, like you're describing, very calm about it, but he's been nervous, worried. There's been a lot of phone calls, a lot of conversations on the porch, probably more than you usually see. And I think those conversations have been about what happened down on Laurel, and he's trying to figure out what to do. And I think he confided in you. And I don't think Rory was the guy in this. You know, you usually have two people. Like, you and I might plan to do something, and let's say we're just planning a birthday party. You'll take the lead in the birthday party planning. I'll be there to help you, but you're going to take the lead in planning the party. And I just kind of go along for the ride. And I think what happened here is Rory got an idea put in his head that there was a way to get a little bit of quick money. Nobody was supposed to get hurt. They were just supposed to go get some money. He was going to be able to come home and take better care of you and the baby. And it just went bad. And I think Rory got sucked into this. I don't think this was his idea. He doesn't seem to be that kind of guy.
I know he's a good
He would
man.
deliberately plan to go rob somebody or to go hurt somebody, to do anything to anybody.
What was that? Did somebody say something?
I did. I said, yeah, he's a good man. How many times she have to say he's a good man?
Right. I don't like.
He didn't do nothing wrong. He's a good man. I know he is.
It looks like she's fishing for information, like Grandma said, and God,
She's sucking up.
Yeah, you don't
She's
ever have to talk to the cops ever.
And she's telling him so much information that shouldn't be right.
Very wrong. There's so much that I'm getting out of this. Now it looks like I have to look into this police department, and every cop that is in these documents, believe me, I'm going to be looking into it.
Well, that's my $100 bill.
Oh my God.
But I know he's hurting for money, and I know he's really worried about you and really worried about that baby. So I think might have been Ty, might have been somebody else, convinces him, look, come with me. I know where there's some money. Bunch of crackheads anyway. They're not going to miss it. We'll go up in there. We'll get the money. We'll get out of there. They'll never know it's us. And you got money for you in April. And I think he said, not a bad idea, because there was no plan to hurt anybody. And that's what I think happened here, April. I think he just got all sucked up into something. And I think if he could do the do-over button and take Friday back, in a heartbeat he would take Friday back. And he never would have left the house. He would have stayed home with you. But it was that money, the thought of the money being able to help you and help the baby and help make things right, or more right here, that really drove him to do what he normally would never, ever do. And I think it's sad because I think what's happening is you probably have Ty telling a completely different story. Because Ty's talking to the detectives, and I'm sure he's up in there blaming Rory because
Okay, her
Ty, I
insincerity
don't
is
think, is a
pissing
good.
me off.
Ty didn't give a shit about you.
Cool. Let's get into this.
Her insincerity is pissing me off.
Right?
I'm just wild right now. I'm just wild.
See, I would just be wanting to
listening to it.
slap her right in the mouth. I don't like any of that kind of shit. Don't suck up to me and blow smoke up my ass.
Right.
But they do it to everybody. I mean, they didn't do it to me. I wish they would have. But they do that to everybody that they interrogate at this point. It
They
seems
look at
like.
people that are down in their luck or they're addicts.
Yep.
What do you think about that, Grandma?
That's exactly what they're doing.
Okay.
That's exactly what they're doing. And you know, it's vile because they know that person is vulnerable and needy and in a position where they can't struggle any
Right,
more
she's
than they
getting ready
already
to
are
have
in
a
life.
baby.
And
Yeah.
they're pushed, they're steering them in a certain direction, to get the answers that they want. They're trying to fit their narrative instead
Right.
of finding out what's really going on, which is terrible police work. Terrible.
Grandma, I got numerous recordings of the same thing they've done. Numerous.
Yep. She sure does.
It's one of my pet peeves. I'm one of those ones who watches all the auditing, the First Amendment audits and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yes. I love watching those.
I watch them constantly.
Well,
because,
like she's
because it
doing.
just irks me. It's injustice that gets me mad.
She's telling them what she thinks so that they can go onto that story and telling them what they should think.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Very
But
good.
I've been
Yeah,
listening to it for 2 years now.
Twisted and sick people, man, I'm telling you.
Well,
Psychopathic.
She's probably afraid and thinking, oh my God, I'm going to go to jail.
And she's pregnant.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. what did almost just say? They sound weird. I'm being weird. Leading the witness. Yes, Jimmy. Hey, Grandma. That court hearing, his court hearing today, was that the cop on the stand that's right here now?
Well, now, see, that's what I was saying, is I think it's the same cop. I think it was the heavyset lady we saw today.
Yep, I think it is too. Her voice sounds familiar.
It does, and her mannerisms, and that she was one of the first on the scene, remember?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So we may be incorrect, but I don't think so. I think that's her.
See, because that lady, she got demoted. This detective got demoted.
Because of paperwork. She stepped down, she said, because of all the crap that they see, all the death.
But she's been in the police department how many years? 10 plus years? Remember?
She was only in that position for like 2 years.
2 years, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so the paperwork was too much on her.
Well, she was behind on her paperwork, and that's not okay.
Or maybe they're just saying that because they want her to keep her mouth shut.
Of course it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's why she looked terrified today.
But she was so upset because it's bringing back all those feelings.
Yep.
Of not being a cop anymore.
Because Tucker was trying to get that video to play, remember? The DA.
Yeah, and it wouldn't work.
Yep. The DA got mad. The judge was yelling at this poor man. All right.
He didn't care about this house. He didn't care about you and this baby.
Yeah,
All he wanted to know was, what's Rory saying? What's Rory saying? What's he saying? What's he saying? And I think he's in there telling the detectives, this was Rory's fault. It was his idea. I only went along. He did it. I didn't do anything, and Rory needs to go. And that's what really sucks about this. Because meeting those two guys tonight, for the very short time that I met him, April, I can tell you, Ty's not a good guy. Rory is a good guy.
Yeah, I tried to tell Roy, like, when we first met this guy in Cox, that he don't mean you no good. And to Detroit, well, Roy, he's like, he's a good person. He's a good person. He never crossed me. And I'm like, but you can't trust everybody.
Yep.
I always felt that Ty wasn't right. Like, I felt it in my heart. He never cared about me or my baby because he would come through my house. Even if I told him don't smoke, he would still fire up a cigarette, like, disrespecting me, like, no care.
Yep. And I think that's exactly what he's doing right now. I think he's disrespecting you. I think he's disrespecting that baby. And I think he's disrespecting Rory. And I think he's telling a story that makes Rory be the bad guy in all this. So he thinks he can walk out of here and skate out of here and say, not on me. He did it. He did all of it. And I'm going to tell you everything he did. And I know, April, I know that Rory talked to you and told you stuff. And what you tell me, if it matches what Rory tells us, then guess what? Who's more believable in this? You and Rory telling the truth, or Ty telling a bunch of lies? But the only way I know that is if you tell us the truth now, so we get your side of the paper. So you get your side of the story. So your side of the story and Rory's side of the story are the true sides of the story, and Ty is the liar that he is. And he is the guy that's the bad guy that's making Rory try to be the bad guy. So that's what I'm looking for you to do, April, is do right by Rory, do right by yourself, and just tell us your side of the story. Tell us what you know, so we can take those two stories and they're the truth. And the truth is a whole lot stronger than the lie. Your mom probably told you, truth sets you free. Makes you sleep a whole lot better at night.
I mean, I don't really know what was happening, but I do know before Roy even went out that night by himself, that Ty and that guy Travis jumped in Travis' truck. And how do I know? Because I was standing outside on that porch earlier that day, and I seen them two take off in the truck.
Okay, well, what time was that?
It was like probably like 4, 5 o'clock.
Okay, so Ty and Travis go in the truck. When does Rory leave the house?
About like 7, close to around 8.
Okay. Do you ever see Ty and Travis and Rory talking during the day on Friday?
They was all upstairs that day
Okay,
talking.
talking. And so they leave first, 4 or 5 o'clock. Rory leaves 7, 8 o'clock. Now Rory comes home. Was
The
he?
only thing they kept telling me, like, Travis started talking to me for the first time Friday and was like, we're planning to go fishing. If you want to go, you can go. And he was like, when we finish talking, Roy gonna come back down there. And I thought maybe they were just planning on for us to go fishing that day. I didn't know, whatever happened, I didn't know anything like that was gonna occur.
Okay. So in April, I don't think you were part of the plan at all. I think Rory did what Rory does. He protected you. If you don't know what's going to happen, then you can't get all wrapped up in it. You can't get in trouble for it. So they had the conversation away from you, so you don't know anything about it. He's trying to make sure you're protected. How do I know that? He's a good guy. He's a good man. He did right by you. So I think they made this plan, and I think when Rory left the house, the plan's already in motion. Now Rory comes home about 9, you said, right? What's he tell you?
lady, you don't know nothing. Girl, I like this comment. They aren't supposed to ask to aid in their investigation. Right. That's what CIs do, right? I'm not liking this cop. It's the same one. I know it is. I'm going to have to show you who she is. Okay, that's all I got to say. Anybody has anything to say, just yell at me.
The next couple of days? Because I know he told you. I'm not stupid.
He didn't say nothing to me. He just chilling, just watching TV. And he kept running upstairs talking to the other guys and stuff. Like he just was up there constantly. So if he was talking, he wasn't talking to me. So I really don't know nothing.
Okay. Did he talk to you about, listen, if something happens and I'm not here, what are you going to do about you and the baby? Did he have any kind of those conversations? Because he's known for the last couple of days that the police were coming through the door. He's known, April.
You know, I just always felt that they like somebody would come and tell us everybody got to get out.
Okay. Yeah, that was probably coming too. But I know that he's probably been calm around you because he knows you're close to delivering, and he didn't want you stressed and he didn't want you anxious. So I think he's been putting on a real brave face. But I think you've noticed he spent a lot of time upstairs. He spent a lot of time on the porch, and he spent a lot of time on the phone. He's been talking because he's scared, and I think he shared some of that with you. And I'm looking for us to be able to match what you talk to us about and what Rory tells us to make it be true, so we can say, listen, these two aren't lying. April talked to us. Rory was nowhere around. Rory talked to Detective Pitcher. April was nowhere around. They both told the same story. They both told the same version of what happened. Because I think Ty or Travis talked him into doing something. And it just went bad.
He didn't say nothing to me at all.
Did Ty tell you anything? Was there any conversation that you might have heard about where Ty might have been threatening Rory about talking?
Mm-mm.
Did Travis threaten Rory at all that you heard about? Hey,
No, every time I was like Travis was around, if I was on the front porch, he would just say, "Hey, I'm going to work," and that's it.
okay. This is April. This is a mess. I wish
Me
I.
and Ty, we don't get along, so he really don't say nothing to me at all.
Let me ask you this: do you think Ty is telling the detectives bad things about you? Do you think maybe Ty is trying to say that you planned this and set Rory up? You don't think he would do that?
No,
I mean, I know from meeting you that you would never do that. I can tell. And that's why I wanted to talk to you, April, because I just see a good person who's in a bad spot and trying to make the best of it. And God love you. You know, it takes a lot of courage to do what you're doing, and most people would give up. And they would just say, "Screw this! I'm not doing this anymore." And you would have went back to your family. You wouldn't have stayed. You know, wouldn't have stayed by Rory. You just would have went where life was a little bit easier. You didn't do that. You stayed with the guy. You stayed with your guy, and he's staying real loyal to you. And I know that he wants to do right by you because that's what he told me. Promise me you'll take care of her. Promise me you'll take care of my baby. And when he told me that the baby was going to Michigan State, I said, I'm not so sure I can promise you that. But what I think is happening right now, April, is Ty is talking. And Ty's talking a lot. And he's saying that Rory did this and that it was Rory's plan. And Rory got them all to do it. And Rory told them about the money. And Rory said, let's go do this. And Rory went and got the stuff together. And Rory planned to meet there. And it was all him. And when it went bad, it was him that lost his temper. And I don't see Rory as a guy with a temper at all.
he don't have a bad temper at all, and he never said nothing to me. Like I said, he just every time he wanted to, I guess, talk, he would go upstairs or he was outside on the phone. He was never talking to me. I mean, he talked to me, but not about if something went wrong or something happened. He would just chill, just ask me, am I okay? Is the baby okay? But other than that, he never said a word of anything went wrong or something happened. He never said nothing to me.
Okay. Did you see him or Ty trying to do anything with clothes that might have had blood on them?
I seen Ty.
What'd you see?
He came downstairs and then he was in the storage room and I happened to open it because I heard noise and Roy was like, "Why are you being nosy?" And I was like, "I'm not being nosy. I just hear something. I'm trying to figure out somebody's trying to break in our house because people always messing with that front door." And I seen Ty taking off his clothes and he was putting them in a bag,
What kind of bag was he putting them in?
like a regular plastic bag,
Like,
a bag like if you go to the gas station or somewhere, they give you a little bag.
okay, like you get from like a Winn-Dixie or a Publix or gas station. Did you notice anything weird with the clothes? Did you see blood on the clothes?
It was really dark. The storage is very dark, so I couldn't really see nothing.
In your house there, which room is the storage room?
The one when you go out that other door, and there's a lot of stuff in the other room.
Okay. So was he naked or pretty close to naked when you saw him?
Pretty much
What do you have? What's the only thing he had on?
a tank top. He didn't have on no boxers or nothing. That's when I just closed the door. After Roy asked me what was I doing, I just closed the door and locked it, and I just sat back down and just went to watching TV.
Did Ty ever say anything to you about you seeing him?
I don't think he seen me, but I know he heard the door because it's kind of, you have to kind of shove the door for it to close. So I know he heard.
Okay.
the
What day
door.
did you see this happen?
Friday.
Friday, what time?
Friday like maybe like 12 o'clock.
So midnight? Okay. What did he do with the bag after he put the clothes in the bag?
I really don't know what he did with that because I closed the door.
Okay. Did you notice anyone with blood on their shoes?
Mm-mm.
So no blood on, no like bloody footprints in the house when somebody might have walked back in your house with blood on their shoes?
No, because Roy was the only one came in the house that night.
Okay. So when Ty came in, did he come in through the front door?
Mhm.
So he usually comes in the front and goes up.
Mhm.
So he's the one that lives upstairs.
Yeah.
So when he came in the front door, that storage area is off that front door, but you can get to it from your place too.
Mhm.
All right. So you heard the noise, went to that storage area, and Ty was there,
Yes.
and he had only his tank top on.
Like I seen him taking his shirt off. Like he had already had his pants off. I seen him taking his shirt off or whatever. I don't know whether he had on pants or shorts, but I know he didn't have nothing on, and I seen him taking his shirt off. He had an undershirt, a white undershirt on,
What kind of shirt was he wearing that he was taking off? Did you see?
like a black shirt.
Black. Did it have any writing on it? Any design on it?
I didn't really catch anything. I just caught him. It was already like halfway up.
Okay. Did you see the kind of pants he was wearing? Okay.
I don't know if it pants or shorts, but I know when I opened the door, those was already off. Like he was practically naked.
Okay. Let's talk about the mask that we found behind the door. Whose mask?
That belongs to Ty,
Okay. How do we know it's Ty's?
because he had it with him for Halloween. He brought it over here.
Was that mask in the storage area? Is that where we found that mask? Was in the storage area?
No, it was actually Ty actually had brought it in our house one day, and I told him, "Can you get that out my house? Because I don't like scary masks."
Spooky mask.
And he took it and removed it. I don't know where he put it at, but I know he took it out of our house.
Did you see it just recently behind the door where it was hanging?
No,
Okay, so you haven't seen the mask.
I've seen it before,
Right.
like when he brought it in our house, but I didn't see it like what 2 3 days ago recently. I
Okay.
haven't seen it.
And you don't know if Ty saw you taking his clothes off and putting it in the bag, but you're pretty certain he might have heard the door because you have to push the door real hard. But he's never said anything to you?
No, I don't think he even seen me.
Okay. Did you tell Rory what you saw?
No.
Okay. But Rory asked you about why you being nosy? And was that the last conversation you had about that?
He asked me, what are you doing? Why you at the door? What you being nosy for? And I was like, I hear a noise. It sounds like somebody might be trying to break in. And he was like, okay. But at that time, he was on the phone with somebody, so he wasn't like really too into what I was doing. He was, but not really like that. Like when I told him, it appears that I feel like somebody might be breaking in. I'm just checking. He just went back to doing whatever he was doing on the phone, and I closed the door, and I know he heard me when I shoved the door. Like I know he looked up, but I don't think he seen me.
Okay. And Ty's never said anything to you about that night. And Rory's never told you not to say anything because he was afraid that Ty might hurt you or might say something to you.
No.
How do you feel about Ty? Like 1 to 10, 1 you don't like the
Damn.
can't stand him. So 1 means you can't stand him, 10 you love the guy, and are you at a 1 or a 0?
I'm like a 10 with him. I can't stand.
Can't stand him. Okay. Do you trust him?
No.
Do you think Rory trusts him?
Yes.
But you've had that talk with Rory about don't trust this guy.
Plenty of time, and he just.
But Rory's a pretty trusting guy.
He's like, oh, he never crossed me. He never did nothing to, mess me over. He never fought me, jumped on me or anything. So, I trust him. And I'm like, okay. He's like, no matter how much you don't like him, how much you can't stand him, I trust him. And I'm like, okay. Whatever you say.
Okay. I want to make this right by you as much as we can. I really do, April. I'm sitting here with my stomach twisting and my heart's wrenched because I see a really decent human being in you and a really decent man and human being in Rory, and I just see things getting topsy-turvy and all screwed up because of what happened. And I want to do right by you. I really do. I mean, I want to do what we can to do right by you. And I'm going to leave here tonight and I'm not going to sleep because I firmly believe in my heart and soul that he talked with you and you're just afraid.
Being honest, he didn't say much to me at all. When talking, he talk about, am I all right? When we gonna go to my family house and visit them. But other than that, he didn't talk to me about nothing.
Okay. He might have just still been trying to protect you then. Because I'm telling you, Ty is going to try to make this be all Rory's fault. Because you know the kind of guy he is. And you said it best. You can't stand the guy. You know what Rory's going to be able to say after tonight? Ty crossed him. And he's never, ever, ever going to be able to look you in the eyes again and say, oh, he's never crossed me. He's done right by me. He's not doing right by you guys right now. Not at all. He's doing you dirty in every single way a human being can do another person. Because he is all about him. Life for Ty is all about Ty. And he's going to make certain that he walks away from this and you walk away stinky because he's just trying to avoid the stench. He doesn't want any of this coming back on him. And he's painting a picture that isn't pretty for Rory. And because it's not going to be pretty for Rory, you're like the casualty of war. You get the fallout because of what happened on Friday. And again, I think it was nothing but a mistake. It was a terrible mistake. It was tragic, but it was a frickin' mistake. And people make mistakes. We should all be able to hit the do-over button and say, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to hurt anybody. It just went sideways. And it happened, and I'm sorry that it happened. And I think that's what happened here. It just went sideways. And I'm hoping Rory can get Detective Pitcher to see that. We're going to leave you with Rose's card, okay? Because I'm fresh out. She's got business cards. I don't carry them. Because that means people call me all the time. We'll give you, I'll write something down. She just said she doesn't. Now she's going to get in trouble because she doesn't have a business card. That's what happens when there's 2 bars and no bars.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Now you said that Ty put some clothes in, it's like in a grocery bag. What did he do with them?
I have no idea because I had already closed the door at that time. I just seen him when he was taking his shirt off and putting it in the bag.
Did you look at the shirt? Did you see anything? I mean, at least the glance at anything?
It was already up, coming, pulling over. So only thing I know, the shirt was just black.
Black shirt. Okay. And what was your husband wearing that night?
He had on a black shirt with blue writing on it.
Did you notice anything on Which clothing that he had?
No, I didn't see nothing on his clothes. 'Cause when he came in, he sat down in the room, and the TV so big, it's a lot of light. I didn't see nothing on his clothes.
Did he just take it off and throw it to the side? Or
He just sat down right in the chair, in the little beach chair that we have in the room. He just sat down in it and just was watching TV.
he didn't say anything like, hey babe, listen, this is something that occurred. I mean, like the captain said, something that should have never happened.
No, he didn't say nothing to me. He would just ask me, was I hungry or did I eat already? And if I was hungry, he could fix me something to eat. And I told him I was good. I had ate already.
April, I'm going to give you my cell phone number. Because the next time you talk to Rory, I want you two to have a heart-to-heart. And I want you to let him know that although he thinks he's protecting you, that there comes a time when the truth sets everybody free. And that just merely trying to protect you may really be more harmful than it's good. And I'm sorry this isn't a fancy business card, but
Do you remember what kind of shoes was the other gentleman wearing that night?
I think it was like kind of grayish, brownish kind of looking.
tennis shoes, sneakers, low tops, high tops.
Well,
Okay.
What was your husband wearing?
he had flip flops, like Nike, kind of sort of Nike. I don't know if they're Nike shoes, but they're kind of like that. The black and blue flip flops.
Okay.
She makes me want to puke.
I'm giving you my non-fancy business card. See that? It's not fancy because it's
Sure.
a piece of paper out of my notebook.
He sure
It's
does.
got my name. It's got my phone number. That's my cell phone. It's the easiest, best way to get me.
Call
If you
me at
think of
home
anything,
anytime.
you hear anything, you talk to Rory, and you want to talk to me again, call that number any time of the day or night. I answer it all the time. People call me all the time of the day and night, and that's the easiest way to get a hold of me. And if there's anything we can do to help you and the baby, let us know. Okay?
But don't wake me
We've
up.
got victim advocates in our agency that can help in the situation when things get really, really hard. So we'll help you any way we can, okay? Okay. I'm going to have Rosa take you back in because I've got a crazy man calling me.
Kit,
Yes.
are you frozen?
No, why?
Because I can't hear anything other than nothing.
She's talking to the lady.
Oh, we
Outside.
just can't hear her talking outside the car.
Yeah, outside the car.
Oh, gotcha.
She's shaking her hand and giving her a big hug and everything now.
That's it.
she's got her back.
The things that they'll do to fit their narrative, they'll go to the weakest link.
I had Katie hug me. I tried to shake her hand. She goes, "Oh no, let me give you a hug."
Oh,
Thought
hell
I
no.
saved it. Oh, I hugged her.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I played the game. I'll hug you. Ask Jimmy.
I'm a very huggy person, but that would not freaking happen.
Oh man, you want to play a game? I can play it too. Here. Oh sure, I'll hug you.
That's like a oh hell no from me. Not happening.
Nope.
That kill him with kindness.
And I
Mm-mm.
do agree with that to an extent, but you ain't hugging my ass. That's what I was saying.
Now the lady at the
Now,
courthouse.
you're in my bubble.
I'm sorry. She was blowing so much smoke up that lady's butt. It made me sick. Oh,
Right.
he's such a good man. You're such a good person. I know that Ty is the bad guy. Bull crap. You're trying to dig around and get her to trust you enough to tell you something.
Right. I
Piece
wish
of
I'd have
shit.
wrote down how many times she said he's a good man.
That who was Roy?
That yeah, her man was a good man. She knew he was a good man. If I should have wrote down how many times she said that to the woman.
Well, yeah, he did pot and all that, but he's still a good guy. Just saying. She's pot is no big deal, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Yep.
But she couldn't
Just
find
to get
anything.
information. That was all
Yeah.
about getting information.
Right. Get in your car, lady, so we can see your face. I want to see the same car. I have a good feeling it is. The one that was on the stand today.
Not
And like
mad.
Grandma said, she said in the beginning, and I didn't catch that, off the record, this don't look like it's off the record to me.
No,
Obviously-
because they have to have their body cam on anytime they interface with the public. It's in their policy. They absolutely have to have that camera on.
Yeah, they had
don't.
the camera. Yeah, but they can have the camera on and tell you they have the camera on, and then lightning strikes it, so you don't know what's said anyway. I mean, that's exactly what happened to me. They let me know I was on body cam, had me make a phone call to the sheriff's office, and when I asked for that body cam footage, lightning struck there again.
Oh,
No,
they
it's-
lost it?
No, lightning struck. That's what they told me. I have
Lightning.
a paper saying, unfortunately, on August 3rd, lightning struck Fredericktown again. So they cannot give me that information. That body
Fredericktown-
cam footage is gone.
The Fredericktown don't have
Right.
them right now, right?
The
Right.
city does, but the sheriff doesn't.
That's what I mean.
The sheriffs and the deputies, the sheriff doesn't want the deputies to have body cams. But the chief of police had a body cam, and I was in his car with him and two other deputies, and they let me know I was on body cam, had me make a phone call with my phone on speakerphone to the sheriff's office, and we had a little bit of conversation about Bobby Boone and all that in there. So when I did the Sunshine Law request for that audio from the camera, I have the letter to prove it. It says, unfortunately, lightning struck on August the 3rd. So Timmy's 911 call wasn't recorded because lightning struck back then in February, before February. They got it fixed, and then again on August the 2nd, lightning struck again. So I said to him, I said, so in other words, when you want something from you guys, lightning strikes it. I mean, I almost want to laugh. It's so
Setting off.
ridiculous.
No. Pull it to.
How interesting was that?
Well, that was
Yeah.
good. I enjoyed
Yeah.
it.
Right?
I'm curious to see the outcome.
Oh, there's more to come. let's see here.
Great, I'm already mad.
Why?
But I do believe all cops should have body cams and they should have to be on all the time. That's
Do
why
you-
we know what was just said there.
Do you want to hear the informants? Do you want to look at the informants?
Yeah.
Okay, that one's only 20 minutes. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Sorry. Ugh. Oh. What is going on? Okay. You guys, my computer's going to hell. There's no. There we go. There we go.
I'm assuming this is regarding my letter. Yeah. Okay.
The attorney contacted me yesterday night only, and wanted me to see today and see if you can fill me in a little bit more, if you would.
Okay. Well, first of all, the victims were acquaintances of mine, and the lady Paula that had her throat cut was, she's a friend of mine, I consider, and it was just coincidental that, I'm in here on a possession charge, and I was in E-dorm 2 months ago.
Because I just got to make sure that we're good on our end.
Okay.
It is on.
And can you do me one quick favor? Can you give me your full name and date of birth?
My name is Robert Nevius. I was born 8/29/74.
Okay. And you swear and affirm that everything about to tell me is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And today is April 13th, 2018, and they took my phone and everything else with it, so I do not know what time it is, but
It's about 11:15.
that's what I thought. All right, sounds good.
So I ended up playing Scrabble with this guy in the F dorm, and
When you say this guy, that would be-
Rory Wilson, and then I found out that he's the accused in this case where somebody died, and then I was bringing some coffee back from the kitchen, and I got caught in the X-ray with a little bit of coffee, so I had to go to Alpha, and then coincidentally I got put in a cell with him, which was kind of crazy, but he really confided in me. I didn't let him know about the nature of my association with the victims, and he had just said a lot of things that, because he kept going on about his case, and he said, he was very mad at one of his co-defendants because he left the mask in his truck. He was pissed off about it. It seemed like he was really pissed off about that. And the one thing that he said was, I don't leave victims. I wasn't trained like that, because it kind of seems like he's from Detroit, and it seems like this is something that he's used to. And I had written some other stuff down. I would actually just woke up.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, no, that's fine. I'm trying to think of what else I had written down. And then of course he's in Alpha because he lost his temper. Like he said,
Really?
yeah, he spit on somebody. But he said it was just because I couldn't get a hold of him. The guy was laying down and kicking him, and he couldn't get to him to hit him, so he spit on the guy. And so he's in there for 30 days. And it just, all these things he was saying, and there was other things too. I just kind of felt like he's capable of this.
Right. Obviously our objective is to do the best we can for Paula and for Matt, and Matt's family in this case.
Yeah, Matt was he was a sweet guy, and he was completely innocent in the whole thing. He was just coming to try to save Paula from being robbed, and I'm trying to think of what else. Oh, and then he had said that he left some bloody clothes in where he lives upstairs, and he said, oh, their warrant wasn't, he kept showing me the signatures. He said, oh, these signatures don't match up. That's not really the judge's signature. And, they searched illegally, and they found these clothes, and I was kind of, why do you have bloody clothes in your place,
Did he say what the bloody clothes were in or anything like that?
No, he just said that they were inside upstairs or something like that.
Okay. Did he tell you about that night? Like, did he go through that night with you about what they were doing, what they were up to?
He said he was working at Burger King, and
Okay.
he said that one of the co-defendants had come up by there and said, oh, this lady Paula has some crack,
Okay.
that she has a substantial amount of crack, and, we can come up off this. And he never said, oh, yeah, I went over there and did it. But
Right.
that's what he said he was doing. He was at work, and the guy came by and brought that up. And
Did he say which guy by chance?
I believe it was Travis.
Okay.
I believe it was Travis. And
No, sorry, and I apologize because I know I'm asking him.
Okay.
When you say you believe it was Travis, is that because he said Travis or just what you
he had the truck, and then he said something about, he wanted some gas money or something to drive.
Okay.
And that was the other guy, I think. But he never came right out and said, oh, he was just like, oh, I wouldn't do it like that. I wouldn't leave. I wasn't trained to leave witnesses. We don't leave witnesses. And I was kind of, I don't know. It just kind of upset me.
Absolutely.
I just like to see some justice, because that guy Matthew was just the nicest guy. He would just bring people in that needed a place to live, and so.
I'll be honest, from our investigation, what we've seen, you couldn't be more right. It sounds like you got taken advantage of a lot.
Yeah, he did.
He was super nice and trying to always help you.
Yeah, he was a good guy. I remember after the hurricane, I actually was without. I lost my place from the hurricane, and I stayed over there a couple of times.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Can you think of any specific thing they said, like any statement that really stuck out to you above and beyond? What's the thing they said more than anything?
Honestly, it was that one statement that he said he doesn't leave witnesses, but I had it written down, like, when I was in there, I kind of had like a little piece of paper, and I was just writing stuff down, and it came up, and there were a few other small things.
Do you retrieve that paper? I was gonna say, do you still have that piece of paper, or?
Yeah.
Can we get some?
See if they. We appreciate you coming forward. Obviously, we want to, do the best we can, especially for Paul and Matt.
Yeah. I'm just trying to do what's right, kind of turn my life around here,
Good.
and
Yeah, I saw you're on here on just a couple possession charges, right?
yeah, I have one possession.
How long do you have to look at, or?
I haven't been sentenced yet.
Okay.
I gotta go before Judge Jones. But, in a way, this has been kind of a spiritual experience for me, and, I kind of feel like there was some divine intervention there, and I was glad to come in here and get myself straightened out, and just looking forward to doing what I have to do and getting back out there and being a good father.
Absolutely. And just to make sure, obviously, we may ask you to come to court to talk about some of this.
I understand.
But, obviously, on our end, we feel it's very important for Matt and Paul's sake.
Yeah.
At this point, that's who we work for.
I saw her the morning after she was released from the hospital, and she was just, God, that had been pretty traumatic. She was.
I still meet her almost weekly, and I can tell you she's still.
Yeah, she was just laying there crying, and she's obviously she's got an addiction problem, but she's just this fragile, harmless little thing. Like, she did not deserve that.
No, addiction doesn't make it so you deserve to get stabbed or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, her throat was just clearly cut, and she's lucky to be alive. It must have been a guardian angel or a drone or whatever it was, but for that little thing to get away from that guy, he's obviously pretty he's a pretty strong feller, and she was lucky to get out of that.
Absolutely.
And then I also know one of the witnesses, Todd Quinn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he's technically a victim too. He got stabbed in the finger out of the whole thing.
Oh, I wasn't even aware of that.
Yeah.
But he was adamant about. Yeah, I actually saw when he came in. He was very adamant about how.
Do you mind going back in there?
No, I don't.
What the hell was that about?
I don't have words. I'm going to start cracking up laughing.
What is that?
I mean, all he kept saying is how he needed his piece of paper. Well, get the man his piece of paper because remember, he don't remember the story. He had to write it down. Come on.
Yeah, you'd think he'd remember.
How many
something
times
like
did
that.
he say, I don't have my paper that I wrote it down? Well, why? Because somebody told you the story to write it down for you what to say here? I mean, that's
Right.
what I got out of it. It's like, he needs to just shut up. He don't have his paper, remember? He remembers some things, but some other things he don't remember because he doesn't have his paper.
Selective memory, that would be.
Oh, that's it. Selective memory.
Why did he feel the need to write it down? Good one.
Because
Right.
somebody told him to.
Yeah.
I mean, like, remember
police
the
did.
video recording? You said, is Caleb right? Is he reading something off here or is it just me? In that
That's
video
what- yes.
recording. Remember that?
Yes.
So it makes you wonder, okay, well, where's your piece of paper that you had written down? He should have brought it in there because he kept bringing up his paper.
Oh. That was a lot of noise. Jesus, what were they doing?
Let's see.
They're cramming in a little hole.
Yeah, one thing was, his thing is he's religious, and he knows nothing about, but so he's always reading the Bible, but he doesn't really understand it, and he tries to preach and stuff, and it just seems like a affront to me. Yeah, he was just angry a lot, like he would lose his temper
Really fast.
over like he wanted to attack this guy and spit on him, but it's just all the time, it was kind of scary staying in the cell with him. At one point, I actually wrote out a request for him to get taken out of there because I got in a couple arguments with him. The one thing is he was really upset that there were so many CIs down here, and he's like, somebody should kill him, and like he's surprised the CIs live down here because Tustin was informed on, like back where he's from, those people get killed, Yeah, and he said one thing he said about Paula was he said, "Oh, she's a CI, like kind of like she got what she deserved." And she and one of the other witnesses, April or Anthea Clay, he was like, "Oh, she's a CI too," and Todd Quinn's a CI. All these people should be killed. And one thing is, he said the only people that he's shared any kind of this information with was myself and another guy named Detroit.
Okay.
The guy that owned he was renting from.
Yep.
In the warehouse. He's also from Detroit, coincidentally, and he said that the only people he's confided in and shared any of this stuff with was me and him. Because I really kind of acted like, oh, I don't have any, kind of like, yeah, I fucking don't like CIs either. Just because I thought that it might be an opportunity for me to try to get some information on it, because He just doesn't seem like the sharpest tool in the shed. So I was trying to get this to happen.
Right.
You know, if there was anything I could do, because like I said, I was kind of upset about it, and you know, I've lost a lot of friends. Recently, this girl Crystal that I was friends with overdosed, and
What's your last name?
I'm not sure.
This
This is just recent.
Yeah, she's from Marathon normally.
Yeah,
And it happened to Stock Island.
yeah. There's
Sorry about that.
yeah. It's just, you know, I don't know. The Matthew guy was just so innocent, you know. So I just kind of and if there's anything else, I'll certainly.
Yeah, please, absolutely, keep your ears peeled. What about, have you had any conversations with Travis or the other guy?
No, but while we were in Alpha, he was in Alpha, and you know, we were allowed out for an hour a day, and at one point Rory was outside of the cell, and the guy was yelling down to him.
Travis
And
was
this,
yelling
oh
at
yes,
Rory.
this went on for a good 10 minutes.
And what did Travis look like?
I didn't see him, he was in the cell.
Okay.
And, you know, you can only see out through a little crack, but he was up there yelling at Rory.
Were you positive it was Travis and not the
Yes.
other guy? Okay.
Oh, wait, you know, I'm pretty sure it was Travis.
All right.
It was one of the other co-defendants.
Gotcha.
He was yelling at Rory, saying, "You killed that man, and you're gonna burn in hell. You're going to prison, and I've already worked out a deal. I'm not going to prison over this." He talked about how he was ex-military. He says, "I have the government on my side, and blah blah. And you killed that man. You're a murderer." And it was just a lot thing going on. They ended up taking him out and putting him in protective custody.
Okay.
But yeah, it didn't look good for Rory. Rory, he was just kind of like, "Hey, yeah, you showed up. You know, I'm gonna pray for you," and he's trying that front. But yeah, that's another thing. So
Okay. Well, I appreciate you. Yeah, please keep your ears peeled.
Yeah.
And especially anything specific that they would mention would be really helpful.
right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. For sure. And this is the best way for me to go about.
Yeah, if
contacting
you send
them.
a letter,
If you have a number, I can always call.
yeah, can we write it in your book?
Sure.
Just, that's.
Yeah, I was mentioning to you that I've lost friends that, you know, I'm sure what happened to her was fentanyl. You know, a lot of people are opiate addicts, and there's some batches of fentanyl that have come down here. I've overdosed before, and so last year I worked with a couple of detectives, and I was able to get a couple of guys. One came in last night. This guy sold stuff that did kill people. His name Jeffrey Kaplan. So I'm kind of like waiting for this information to come out here. I might be going in for second.
You there? Hello?
Talking.
Yeah.
I was talking. Okay. I was muted and talking. Okay. Don't CIs become informants for a deal for them?
That's what I said. Like, it's like, well, it sounded like he was asking him, okay, since I gave you all this, when am I? And then he goes on to something else that the detective says and stops him from it sounded like to me like he was asking, well, what are you going to do for me since I told you this?
Right.
Exactly.
And then the detective cuts him off. Did you notice that?
Oh, yeah, of course.
I'm like, yeah, and now he's got his paper, and he remembers all kinds of stuff once he had his paper, and he even said it down. He wasn't looking at his paper when he remembered some of it. I don't know. Make no sense to me.
Can you believe how many informants there are in this case? There's at least 10, you guys.
Wow.
Okay, we're gonna watch Franklin get arrested now. Oh, hold
You
on.
think there's that many? Do you think there's that many informers for this case that somebody's wanting him in jail? That person in
Obviously.
jail?
Obviously.
Ooh,
Crazy.
that makes me think about other cases where they hung them, put them in jail, and they didn't even do it
Right?
when that happens.
Okay, this is Franklin getting arrested. Okay, Grandma. They haven't started their the sound on their body cam yet.
You got it? My business card.
Yeah. Well, I'm still wondering why I'm in custody.
I'm about to explain that all to you. Just let me let them finish their job. We don't need.
Yeah, so for the gas money.
Oh, this you can have back.
Yeah, just shove that stuff, all that stuff
Give your
you can
flashlight
throw in my
on.
bag for me. Yeah.
We're gonna hold it. You want this in your bag? Is that what you're
Yeah, just throw anything that's mine, just throw it in there, man. That way it's all in one spot.
saying? Alright. What's that? Nothing up there. Yeah, that can go. Alright. You want me to drive them over? What's that? You want me to drive them? You walk? You might walk with us?
Can I strap on my shoes with or? Well, they're gonna take it from me anyway in a second.
Wait till we'll get walking. I'll let you know.
Okay.
Watch your step out, alright? Alright, Todd. Right now, you're being charged with witness tampering. Alright? And right now, we're in the process of receiving warrants for murder, robbery, and aggravated
Why?
battery. What's that? For everything we talked about last night.
Yeah, but I didn't do any of that.
What's that?
I didn't do any of that. You know, if you're talking about, man, witness tampering, man, I ran into Paula today, fucking over at man McDonald's. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't have a Miranda card on me.
I do.
So, oh, do you? Oh, alright, then we'll go. We're walking anyway. Might as
I
well.
didn't know, man, I wasn't allowed to say anything to her. She came up and talked
Hold
to
on,
me.
I can't say anything at the moment.
Okay.
Hey, can we stop walking for 1 second? Because I
Yeah.
can't talk and... walk at the same time. All right. Before I ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. You understand that? Anything you say can be used against you in court. You understand that? Okay. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. You understand that? You have the right to have a lawyer with you during any questions. You understand that? Okay. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questionings, if you wish. You understand that? If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering questions anytime. Do you understand that? All right. In this case, it has nothing to do with Paula.
Okay.
It has to do with April and the conversation that you had with April today.
I didn't have a conversation with April today.
Okay. Be perfectly blunt. She said some things that only way she would have known to say those things is if she'd had a conversation with you.
Well, no, she didn't have a conversation with me.
All right, that's fine.
I mean, she didn't. I mean,
All right. And then, as you said we should, we talked to Travis today.
Okay.
And Travis flat out told us that he was the getaway driver and that you and Rory, who he named Detroit, went to the treehouse and committed the robbery and murder. Not lying, man. I can't lie, otherwise I'm going to take you to jail.
Right, no, I hear you.
And last night, Rory told us that you planned the robbery. And here we have a dead iguana.
So I guess I should be getting a lawyer.
I am not allowed to make any legal advice whatsoever in that sense.
11:21, you can cancel conference code.
Crazy. All right. Not much I can do at this point.
7115 reckless driver southbound from the 110 mile marker. 3-minute time delay. Silver passenger car.
Watch your step.
7115 District 7 silver passenger car. Unknown tag. Possibly in top. RP was in front of it and the black S150 was unable to maintain lane. Silver passenger car southbound from the 110. 5-minute time delay.
She said she knew
Pressure
it.
3 to 5-minute time delay.
Okay.
59.
She said, man, for... Yeah,
We tell them to open the trunk.
7115 holding an assist citizen.
And I've talked to Paul, talked to her at great lengths.
Both units at 2300 holding an assist citizen for 7115.
And I'll be honest, there's a problem with that. Paula said the one that was attacking her, she knows was you. The other suspect there, she knows nothing about.
No, she told me, man, it was a curly-haired white guy.
She never saw him.
I'm just telling you
And,
what she told me.
right, she never saw him. She says that came from Todd. However, after talking to Todd, it turns out Todd was much further away.
Fine. I'm just saying, man, for him.
Nope, absolutely, man. Happy to answer.
Because I felt bad for her, man. I thought last night was tight, man. Now it's getting worse, and they put man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's way worse. And now we've enhanced our videos, so we are very good there. Yeah, I've got him if you want to put your stuff in.
I mean, I didn't do it.
Okay. Oh, and also we have more people putting you in sneakers, tennis shoes that are black and gray.
I don't have to sneakers that are black and gray.
Yeah, except for the ones that were at the house.
No.
I know you say they're not yours, and hey,
I have, man, there's boots and these shoes, man. That's the only time there's the only things anybody's ever seen me in.
good. What the heck? You see this?
I guess I'm just saying,
You see how rude he is? He just takes whatever one he wants.
I didn't do this.
What? I couldn't get the lock.
So now I have to put mine in there?
We might push in, but I couldn't get the lock. You can use mine. It's no lock. We can share.
We can share boxes.
See?
Yeah, that's right. You know what?
We can share water and everything. Gotta push it well out.
You know, I haven't slept in a very long time.
Neither have I.
I believe it.
Locks are hard.
I was actually looking forward to it.
Hey, you'll still be able to sleep here.
Yeah, I know.
go ahead.
Camouflage?
What's that?
Camouflage?
I do believe so. I've caught that.
Stand up for me. You're okay as well? You got anything on you?
Nope. Surgery. Shit.
Do you have time for him to get cleared by medical before you get him out of here? Okay. Medical, that one's evaluated.
Needs his clothes.
Place your hands on the wall while I take the cuff off, okay?
May we also get his clothes in?
Possible DAV, turn stolen vehicle, Kemp Channel Bridge, RP's on scene to meet in a red Cadillac.
I like being a flush.
Have a seat.
Turn around.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's go.
10, was it 10, 10 and a half?
Take your shoes off.
7215, said by.
I'll take the bracelet for you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Rick.
Oh, yeah.
Earrings.
Yes, please.
Can you contact records and intake?
Take your jacket off. Open your mouth. Leave your tongue. Tuck it.
Tuck.
Thank you.
Put the shoes on.
I need
Highway
sleep.
portion at the 57 and 2005.
Tomorrow's Thanksgiving.
I do like warming up to Christmas. Every time you think you're gonna get it. Hey, it's almost Thanksgiving now, isn't it? Yeah.
I like what Captain said that.
Did you hear that one police officer? This person told this person, we've had a lot of people that told us this and that, this and that. And I want to find out about the DNA. Because you think somebody, if they get cut by their neck, don't you think they bleed pretty bad, huh?
Well, sure.
And yes, hey, Snooky, yes, I seen it today. I'm like, hell. And I came across this trial on accident. Not on here, but I was looking for something, not another trial, but I can't remember what. They can say anything they want. So you got Travis, you got April, you got Amber, you have Roy, and many, many, many others. I know this man is out on a $2 million bond right now.
He's out.
Yeah.
Where'd he get that kind of money?
Well, he owns something. He owns a when I grew up, I wanted to live in a tree house. He owns a business. Let me find out what the name of it is. Hold on. I'll bring it up. All right. Okay, let me look at this. Trying to find it. I'm sorry. So he has a possible civil lawsuit. They are co-founders of CrossFit. Here, hold on.
What, a fitness
They own
center?
They own a business called CrossFit. Here. Him and his wife. But I think they're getting divorced. Okay. They're co-founders of CrossFit.
Oh, so they build the tree houses that he's living in. Is that correct?
No. Ah! Why'd that happen? That was weird. That was weird. It's a fitness thing.
Wow,
It's like
I would
a
think
gym.
he would be more fit.
It's like a gym.
He didn't look very fit to me.
Hold on. Oh, she's pretty.
Yeah, that
Grandma,
makes sense, CrossFit.
have you heard of CrossFit in Florida? So yeah, he got out on a $2 million bond, and he's on house arrest. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna try to find that company. Is it?
It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Oh Lordy. So what do you guys think of this case so far?
It's crazy, and there's a lot of corruption going on and a lot of lying and manipulation by the police that I can see. It's pretty obvious to me that they're trying to hang up certain people.
Well, and how would the cop know about that $100 bill? Like the barcode?
I don't know. I agree with Graham. That it sounds all like this is all set up, and they're trying to put the person they want in jail for it all to go away.
Just like they did with that detective.
Well, just like they did with that girl in what's her name? Michelle Lawless case. That one that the Lawless files covering from I think it was 1980 or 95 or something. That case, and they put the guy in prison, and he sat in prison for 16 years. He just got out.
Oh, wow.
And that's exactly what was going on. The cops were talking to all these people. They were reducing people's bail. They were doing all kinds of stuff. It all came out, that what they were doing to put this guy in jail. And he spent 16 years in jail before they finally got him out because they wrongfully convicted him.
Right.
They just wanted it to go away.
Yeah. Hey, Grandma. Today, remember we were watching his hearing today, and he was waiting for that video to download, because remember he talked about hot mic?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
I bet you it's all this shit that he's making a fuss about.
I'm
the
sure.
DA. Yep. It all makes sense now. Because he's got proof. He's got body cam. He has it all.
Juniper,
Oh, let me see.
I'm not positive, but I think it's Ty. Because where's Ty now? But
Crazy.
then maybe Rory had something to do with getting Ty in there, or maybe he knew something because Frank was yelling at him, was yelling at Rory. Correct?
Correct.
Well, they both know something. But
Well-
I don't think it was that guy that they just arrested because all
It's
that
not
stuff
Frank
is
because Frank was the one who's saying you killed him.
right.
We got 44-page documents, and they're all the police reports. 44 pages.
So that'll tell you everybody's name, who was involved, who
Yep.
said what.
Yep. Even all the informants. Could you imagine going to prison, or I don't know when he got out of jail, but I know they kept him in jail since 2017. What was my thought now?
Well, like I said, Kit, that Michelle Lawless case, they had all these people. You wouldn't believe the people. They reduced their bonds. They let them out, all these informants, and they told them. I mean, it's already came out the truth on that case. That they told them to say this guy did it. The cops.
Why?
Because it meets their
Because-
narrative and they can wrap things up.
Well, and because the people that they believe did do it are involved with some illegal stuff, allegedly, I'm going to say. But
Yeah.
if you read that case, it's crazy. The people have come out and admitted that the police they told him, we'll reduce your bond or we'll let you out, and all kinds of stuff if you just say this guy did it. He admitted doing it. And they arrested him, and the guy spent 16 years in prison. That's not a joke. He's writing a book about it right now. It's Michelle Lawless something. The book just came out.
Oh, it did?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Because the guy that did the 16 years wrote the book.
Oh, Bob didn't write the book.
No, Bob just still talks with the man and gets his story out there, but the man himself wrote the book about his experience in prison and the thoughts he had and everything that happened.
Oh, look who's here. Dan! Dan! Where have you been?
He's been in a treehouse.
Have you been in that treehouse? Yes, he was on the $700. What?
Yeah, that guy that wrote the book was on that on the 700 Club.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That was just recently.
Dan.
I mean, that case is nuts. How many people they were letting out of jail and reducing their bonds and everything just to say that man did it, and he didn't do it. And the cops and the sheriff. I mean, there were so many people involved in that case. And this one sounds just like it to me.
This crap is happening everywhere, every day. We just don't hear about a lot of it. But yeah, they want to be done with these cases and wrap them all up and, call it good, move on.
Okay, I want to watch 2 more clips and that's it. This is Travis that they were just talking about, 7 minutes long. And the guy that I told you that said, can I go home if I say it's Tyrone? Okay.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what they would do to them people. And that other case I'm telling you about. Crazy. All right.
Okay, here is Travis.
The property. Matt's too old.
What is the treehouse?
The place across from CVS.
Okay, I've heard
Okay.
about the cracked in.
Yep, the crack den.
Okay.
You know where it is.
Yeah.
And you know the kind of people that are hanging out at the crack den.
No, I don't. I've never been in there.
Yep, and I believe that.
Never been over there. Like, I don't.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think here's what happened. They get a little bit of money, and a little bit of money on Stock Island is 100. A lot of money on Stock Island is 1,000. And there's word on the street that $1,000 has changed hands. So Paul at the treehouse got $1,000. And I think there's discussion, there's a plan. Let's go and get the $1,000. They're crackheads. We'll go in, we'll make it quick, we'll come out, no one will know us, we'll make sure that we got masks, we'll make sure nobody knows it's us. They don't need the $1,000 to smoke up crack, we need the $1,000 to live. We'll do right with the money, we'll do right by all of us in the place on 2nd Street, and let's make this fast and easy. And I know you are part of the plan. Now I also know, hear me carefully, Travis, I also know that that plan never included hurting anyone at all. Because had there been discussion, any talks about hurting someone, you never would have participated. Because you're not that guy. You're not that guy that's going to sit down at a table with people and say, yeah, let's go beat somebody up. Let's go rape somebody. Let's go rob somebody. Let's go kill somebody. That's not you. You're a guy who's trying to survive. That's you, Travis. Now, could I hear you? Could I see you saying, let's go get some money to make life a little bit easier for us? Yep, because that's the kind of guy you are. You're struggling. I get it. You lost all your tools. You lost all your cooking supplies. The place that you're living is mold infested. Your mattress got wet. It's hard, and you're struggling. And there's this, let's go get a little bit of money to make life a little bit easier. And you didn't go into the treehouse. You didn't, but you drove them there. You drove them there, Travis. We got your truck on video. The camera right where you parked it. When you pulled off Laurel Avenue and parked your truck, and Detroit and Ty got out of that truck, all three of you are on a camera video. Now you did the right thing because you dropped him off and then you got the hell out of there. You're gone. You don't know what they did in the treehouse. You don't know about it until after. The plan wasn't to go up in there and hurt anybody. The plan wasn't to go up there and kill anybody. The plan was go up there, get the money, get your ass back, and then we'll split the money. That's the plan. And then everything went bad. And it wasn't Detroit that broke bad. You and I both know who broke bad. Who went off script, Travis? Who? The same guy that's threatening a 27-year-old 9-month pregnant woman. And that's not you. He broke bad. And he did the one thing no one talked about. There was never any plan to hurt anybody or kill anybody. And now you've all been living with that for the last 5 days. Nobody slept. Everybody's had a difficult time going to work. You know the one guy who's walking around loving it? Bragging to everybody today. I set up Detroit. He's in jail. I'm a free man. He thinks this is funny, Travis. He's bragging. He's not filled with guilt. He's not filled with remorse. He's not having trouble sleeping. He's not mourning the life of another human being. An old man. You know what he told us last night? Man, I heard he got stabbed 7 times. He was bragging about it. There's 2 sides to the story, Travis. The side of all the good people that got jammed up in a bad thing. Those are good people who've made mistakes. The other side of the story is the bad person who did a bad thing and feels really, really good about doing the bad thing. That's not you. What I need you to talk to us about, Travis, is you got to give us your side of the story. You got to let us know, because I believe in my heart and soul, you're one of the good guys on the good side of the story. You're not over here. You've never, your whole life, been over there. You're not a violent guy. You've never demonstrated hurting anybody. You're a good person that got just all jammed up in a really bad thing. And the really sad thing is, Travis, you weren't even up in there. You drove them. We got you on camera. You drove past the house at 8:45, real slow, so everybody could see where it was and where they were going to go when they came up out of there. And a little bit after 8 o'clock, you come back and you park your truck right in front of that camera at the gate. And they get out, Ty gets out, Detroit gets out, and then you do the smartest thing of your life. You don't get out of the truck. You get out of there. You get out of there. And then everything goes to shit. And now here you sit, good guy, stuck up in this bad stuff, trying to live past what the heck happened, and trying to deal with it every day. I know you are. And we're here to make sure, I get it, and we're here to make sure that you are not going to get hurt. April's scared to death too. She's on her way to a house right now, Travis. So when I tell you that you are going to be safe, I'm telling you, you are going to be safe. But in order to make that happen, I got to know what happened. I got to make sure, Travis, you're a good guy.
You just said it.
You tell me it. That's what I think happened.
We need all of it, Travis. You can't.
Don't leave anything out, Travis, from the start.
Okay. I'm scared to death, guys.
I get it.
understand that.
Travis, if my captain tells you she's not going to let you get hurt, she's not going to let you get hurt.
So we were sitting there playing dominoes, and they're wanting to get high. They wanted some money, and somebody said something to I don't know, it was a Burger King guy. Said something about there's a lot of money over here at the treehouse and a bunch of stuff. And next thing they're saying, well, let's go get some. And I said, well, I don't, where do I come in this? They said, just park right there, look it out. You just do whatever. And I said, okay. And I did. And I pulled up, they got out. And I saw them running, and I got scared to death, and I took off.
Okay, we're gonna watch the one that the guy let me find it. The guy that says, if I say Ty did it, can I go home? This is crazy. All right. This is unbelievable.
A lot of people don't like it. They don't know, but they don't like it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't go by that name as No Detroit, because that ain't my name. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably what them people know me as, for the people talking. But I ain't never told nobody my name was Detroit. I'm from Detroit, so that's where them names like that come from. But my name is Roy. A lot of people call me Roy or Nino. I don't go by them name Detroit. But it's a lot of them people out there, man. Even from cops, even from the dudes to the girl, from cops, people upstairs in that place where they freeloading at. It's a lot of them. I mean, I don't know the names like that, Cap. You know what I'm saying? I don't. But one thing I do know, I know I ain't hurt nobody, bro. And I know I didn't do that, man. And my girl know I ain't do no shit like that. I'll be the dumbest person in the world. You're about to have a baby do some shit like that. And income tax come right around. You know what I mean? I wasn't hurt for no money like that. Why I gotta go do something stupid, bro?
Captain said it, and I had said it. Yeah, we don't believe you did the murder.
I didn't do that,
But there's a
man.
difference between doing the murder via the treehouse.
Yeah, but see, I'm telling you, bro, I had nothing to do with that. What she did, not putting two together, she told me she's changing clothes. Maybe he had something to do with it, but I can't just say I saw it because I didn't. I even know nothing about it. But if I would have saw it, I would have said so. It would have kept me in mind. Hell yeah, I would have said so. Because you call it snitch if you want to, but I would have told. It would kept me in mind. But I didn't know. I didn't even know that. She just told me. I didn't know that. I didn't know April saw that. She didn't tell me. But I could guarantee if she would have told me, I would have questioned that shit. Trust me, excuse my language. And I would have called 911. Seriously, bro, I don't play that like that. It ain't that serious.
Rory, I'm going to leave the room. I'm going to leave you with a thought. Next time you talk to April, the next time you have a conversation with the mother of your son,
Right.
I want you to think long and hard what you're going to have to say in the way of making this right and apologizing to her.
But I mean, I ain't even do no. I, you know what I'm saying? I ain't even do nothing, no, Cap.
I'm gonna let you know that this is a situation where you could do right by her and do right by your son and do right by you. And we know you didn't hurt anybody, you didn't intend to hurt anybody, and you sure as heck never meant to kill anybody. And you didn't kill anybody. I know that. We all know that. April said in her heart and soul, she knows you're not capable of killing a person. She knows you're not.
Like that. Well, I don't do none of that.
I don't believe for 1 minute you
Release
did
fish
the murder.
when I catch them.
I don't believe.
Release the fish. That ain't in me like that.
I don't believe for 1 minute you killed anybody.
I did.
Rory. I do think you were there.
That's my phone right there. That's my phone.
Roy, why were you on the phone at midnight that night?
Probably talking to some people. I don't even know if I was on the phone that night. I be getting my days mixed up, but I'm gonna tell you my age, but it ain't like I'm lying.
What people would you be on the phone with at midnight?
A lot of my people up north, you know what I'm saying? Dallas, you know what I'm saying? Atlanta. I know a lot of people. I got a lot of friends, you know what I'm saying? So, not probably people in Key West, but, you know, other places, you know what I'm saying? You know, like I say, bro, when you get that phone, check that phone, call Travis right now and ask him, what did me and Roy do that? What, did we walk up to our own time? He gonna tell you, yeah, whoever was in that picture with Tyrone wasn't me.
Okay.
I know that. I'm one child.
Okay. Yes, Miss Barbara, this is the detective. So what we're going to do, we are going to watch today's hearing where Franklin was trying to cross-examine her and about the their surveillance, okay?
Yeah.
Because he catches her in a lie, okay? It's good. That is her, though.
It sounded like her. That's why I thought. Hadn't seen a picture of her.
Yep, it's the one that was in the courtroom today. Wow, this case is interesting.
It wasn't me. You know what I mean? It wasn't.
And I can promise you we will talk to Travis, absolutely.
Yeah,
I can promise that, as long as we can find him.
Yeah. That probably was him calling my phone. I know April didn't tell him what happened. He probably worried sick about me. Like, what, you know what I'm saying? Because he know I ain't like that. Just like April know. He probably worried about me about it. You know what I mean? I'm sitting in the room with handcuffs on, man. Come on, for rush. You know what I'm saying? You could just call me and told me, because I would care voluntarily. Listen, let me say this to you guys. If somebody did a crime so heinous as this, you think they gonna stick around? Not, you know what I'm saying? Come on, that don't make sense. I ain't going nowhere.
Rory, I got a really plausible explanation for why you stuck around. Your girl is due to drop a baby any day. She's praying it's going to be the day before or after her birthday.
Yeah, birthday Monday.
Yep, because she says she doesn't want to have the baby or her get screwed out of birthday gifts.
Yeah.
And when you have the same birthday, somebody ends up taking a licking.
Yeah, we have plans. We have plans. You know
She
what
said
I'm
she
saying?
knows it's going to be her, so she's hoping she has the baby before
Yeah.
or after her. So that's a real good explanation. The other thing is, you got a job, and it's hard to find a place to stay. And so like I explained to April, it's not the best place in the world to live right now, but it sure is not the worst either.
Right.
It's a roof over your head, and there's food in your belly.
Which I provided that. I provided that. I did what I
And tonight,
supposed to do.
she's home alone in the dark.
No.
Probably with Ty. In a very short period of time, Rory, read between the lines.
With Ty.
Who do you think is going to be walking away from this building tonight? You or Ty? And then ask yourself, how come he gets to walk away and you don't?
Because I wasn't there. So why would he? He's telling me that he said he done it. That's what you told me.
I'm telling you, you're staying here and he's going home. So you read between the lines. And in what world does that happen? And why would that happen? And you know, when he leaves here, Rory, guess where he's going? And guess who's terrified of him?
That's a lie, bro. I can't believe that man is sitting there and put that shit on me. I had nothing to do with it. He lying. He lying. Put two and two together. If he was in the storage room taking off the clothes, taking his clothes off, why would he do that? He never done that.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that, Rory.
So I gotta say, okay, they're like me. Okay, well he done it. I can go home if I can say if I can say, but yeah, Tyrone done it.
There you go. So, did you hear him? He put two and two together. He did. That ain't evidence. Where are the facts in this case? Where is the proof? I want to know about the DNA. It's coming. Okay, let's look at what happened today in court. We're gonna see that lady detective, which she's no longer a detective. She's now no longer in law enforcement, and she is a civilian, and she's a dispatch for 911. So there's that. Hold on. We're going to go there right now. And I'll show you this man that is representing himself, and I feel he's doing a good job. But like with Young Thug's trial, you know how the DA is? Okay? How she's objecting to every little thing. You got the DA here doing that, plus the judge is yelling at him. It's horrible. I've never seen anything like it. So biased. Okay. So we are going to watch what happened today. Hold on. Where is it? No. Watch live, okay? Oh, come on now. Courtroom coverage. Okay, hold on. Found it. Yay.
And if she's unable to be here, there can be provisions where we're going to have the most assurance that it's going to go as smoothly as we can hope for. Again, without being able to control everything, there's always the unknown. It seems like it would favor the Zoom, but if you all want to look at that case, it would be instructive.
Yes, sir.
So, otherwise, state is ready to proceed.
Judge, we are ready to proceed. I just want to check, our witness went to the office, and I think she's walking over now. So let me just check in on, see if she's here.
What about the defendant?
Yes, I'm ready to proceed, Your Honor.
And the jurors are here, but let's just wait till Mr. Mansfield makes this check.
Here I was muted. I was setting up what we're going to watch. Okay, the man in the corner, that is Franklin, obviously. Okay, now pay attention to how this judge's tone with him and the DA. Now, when we watch opening statements, the DA was objecting during opening. And that man only got to do what, a 15-minute opening statement? Now, what's coming back from break is the that detective, you guys. Pay attention. Just saying. I just hope this man don't give up. You know what I mean? Because the things that we have watched, it's okay. It's one thing on paper, but when we get to see it too on body cam, that's even better.
There's a lot of reasonable doubt already.
Oh, yes. Most definitely. And then she lies on the stand here.
Well, and that doesn't make it look very good for the police.
No, not at all.
He don't look like he's going anywhere. He's gonna fight.
Good morning, ladies,
He's
gentlemen,
impressive.
jury. Great to see you all here this morning. Thank you for being here on time. Sorry you had to wait a few minutes to come out, but as I've tried to explain, frequently there's things that arise that the judge needs to address. They're not for the jurors' consideration, and those things happen. I try to expedite them to the extent that I can, and I'm always aware of your time. I don't take it for granted. So thank you for your patience this morning. As I say, it's good to see you. I know it's been a long week. We've had a busy week. From my vantage point, a productive week. And so today's Friday. And as you know from my scheduling announcements, that Monday is a national holiday. It's a state court holiday. We won't be in session. So after today, the next time we'll be in session is Tuesday. But for today, the state commenced presentation of its case in chief yesterday, and we're going to allow them to continue with that today. So please continue to give what's presented to you your close attention and focus. And with that, State, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, State would call Deputy Danielle Malone.
All right. Deputy Danielle Malone.
It is her. Hold on. I don't want to watch the states.
Please come forward, ma'am, right through the gate there.
Because she lies anyways.
You would approach.
Sorry, guys. Of course, they got sound issues there. It's not me.
Let's see, I'm not exactly sure where we left off. Let's go ahead and get back to the investigation. Right? Okay, and at this point, at the Cosme videos, at that point in the investigation, how far in again did you say?
When we got the videos, I believe we were at day 5.
Day 5. So you got these videos the same day that Travis Johnson was arrested, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And now, prior to that point in the investigation, you're at day 5. What other evidence did you have to say that I was in that video? You said it was based on your investigation, so.
Again, John Travis Johnson's confession.
So John Travis Johnson's word that it's me in that video.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And any other evidence that said I had anything to do with this prior to that video?
Mr. Rory Wilson again stating that you were part of the planning of the robbery of Paula Belmonte.
We'll take a look at that later. So at this point, you're taking Travis Johnson's story.
She looks like Katie to me.
Correct. That's your evidence at this point.
In combination with Todd O'Quinn's statement of the way he went up to the CVS yelling for the police, yes.
And Todd O'Quinn's statement, and Todd O'Quinn was who?
One of the people that was in the house with Matthew Bonnet, in the trailer with Matthew Bonnet.
He was in the house in the trailer with Matthew Bonnet. He the gentleman we saw running up the hill.
Yeah, with the flashlight, yes.
Yes. Okay. So he's that gentleman. That's the man we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did that gentleman also say he's 100% sure it wasn't me over and over again?
I don't know. He didn't say that to me.
It was said. Okay. And we'll have to maybe pull up that video. Okay. So you're saying that Todd O'Quinn never said that you know of that it wasn't me?
Not to me, no, sir.
Go ahead. And now you did do the lineup with Todd O'Quinn, correct?
Yes, sir. I did one of the lineups.
Okay. And did Todd O'Quinn, was I included in that lineup or?
No, sir.
Okay. And who was included in that lineup?
John Travis Johnson.
Okay. Did Todd O'Quinn ever point to John Travis Johnson's picture in that lineup?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did you point to him as in that lineup?
As being the person that.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. What question did they ask when they were doing the lineup? When they asked him to point to a picture and say, and identify anybody, what were they asking him? What were you guys asking him?
Objection hearsay.
Okay.
Sustaining the objection.
Okay, fine. Ms. Malone, he points to John Travis Johnson, correct?
Objection. I'm going to sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay. You won't be redundant here. Ms. Malone, okay, we've already established that, yes, again, John Travis Johnson's the picture that he pointed to, right?
Objection. I open the objection. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm going to sustain the objection.
I was just looking for clarification. Okay, anyway, that's the answer. Okay, let's move on then. Okay, so John Travis Johnson, Roy Wilson, that's your evidence suggesting I have anything to do with this at this point.
Objection asked and answered, no response. Will proceed.
Okay. Now, you said that based on your investigation, that's how you're identifying me in that video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and your investigation was John Travis Johnson. Okay, anything else besides John Travis Johnson and Roy Wilson? I don't believe she answered that question.
Actually, she did.
Okay. Well, okay, so then we can move on. All right. So that's the extent of the investigation at that point that you know of. Okay, anything else from the investigation prior to that as far as, your handling of evidence, your handling of videos? What was your duties in the investigation in those first 5 days?
Well, multiple. We did the first day,
Okay.
that night,
That might be the easiest.
I was directed to go interview the living victim, Paula Lamonte, in the hospital. I stayed with her the entire time she was in the hospital. And then I went with Sergeant Kellenberger, and we went and found Roger Ragu at his place of business, the Key West Golf Course.
This would be the first night, right?
This is the first night.
Anything else the first night?
Not particularly.
Can we put a pause right there for just a second? I'm so sorry. Okay, so the first night you went to interview Paula Belamonte at the hospital.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that interview with Paula Belmonte, did she tell you anybody who she thought, any suspects, any identifiers?
Objection hearsay. Sustain.
Okay. That it was me. I was asking because she's the one who completed the interview. Get it. Okay. Okay. All right. So again, you did that. Then you went and you did another interview. What did you do after that?
We canvassed the area, that street, Laurel Avenue.
Okay.
I believe when I went home that night was about 4 or 5 a.m. the next morning.
Okay. And then you came back the next morning and
Next morning, I don't remember what time, but it wasn't late. It was before noon, I believe. We came back to the scene, and I believe it was that day, the next day, that Key West CSI finished up with the actual scene.
So it's the second day.
Yes, the second day.
And you came at around noon, you said?
I don't remember the exact time.
Now, it was, when you did come back on that second day, were you at the treehouse or were you canvassing someplace else? What were you doing again?
I was at the treehouse. I walked almost all of Stock Island
Oh, yeah. I can believe it. Okay.
that day, looking for.
Okay. So, you know, you guys were just looking for evidence around
Yeah.
the neighborhood, that
Yes,
kind
sir.
of stuff. Okay, gotcha. All right. Were you there for Detective Pitcher's interview with Todd O'Quinn?
That the
At the
initial night,
treehouse, you know, at the treehouse location.
that initial the first night I was there for,
Oh, okay.
I believe, a very small portion of it.
Oh, Todd O'Quinn's interview?
Yeah, the
Okay.
initial one that night. Yes.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't aware of that. Okay, the second, I was talking about the second interview during the daytime. You did it at the treehouse, and I would assume you would have been there just because, you know, it's about the same time.
I don't recall being there for that interview.
I just didn't know.
I put like 8 miles on my shoes that second day while I
Alright,
was
so you
stuck
weren't-
Island.
I'm sorry. So you weren't there.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, were you there when they brought Miss Paula Bellamont, Belmonte to the treehouse that day?
The second day?
Second day.
No, I brought her to the treehouse that night when she got released from the hospital,
And,
but not the second day.
and why'd you bring her back to the treehouse that night?
They wanted to get, I believe, fingernail scrapings.
You know, so- Okay, but you didn't bring her back the second day.
No,
Okay, and you weren't present when they did.
no,
Okay, good. All right, and were you there when Miss Anthea Clay was there
maybe.
on the second day?
No, not on the second day. Maybe that initial night.
Oh, the first night. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first night you were there when they brought Anthea Clay to the crime scene.
I don't know. I wasn't there when they brought her to the crime scene, but she may have been around that night.
Okay, and according to your offense report, your affidavit, who is Miss Anthea Clay?
Anthea Clay was, I guess, a roommate at some point with Paula and Matthew Bonnet.
Mhm.
I'm not certain where she stayed on the property, but she stayed there at some point and had just left like very recently
Okay, and
for that incident.
okay, but in the affidavit you wrote, was she ever named as a suspect?
Yes, Paula stated that she believed Anthea Clay had something to do with setting up the robbery.
Was Paula the only one?
That's
Just asking what she wrote in her report.
that told me that
Well,
she's the only one I remember.
Okay, I'm referring back to your affidavit again. Like, remember we were talking about your affidavit earlier?
Mhm.
I'm referring back to your affidavit. In your affidavit, in your statement, you know, about the investigation, did you say that, you know, somebody else besides that actually named her as a suspect?
I don't recall.
I'll have to take a look at the affidavit again. Okay, so you've got Anthea Clay, you saw her the first night, correct?
I think I may have seen her.
Okay, good. And on that first night, okay, you said Paula named her as a suspect, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they brought her to the crime scene that night. You were there for that.
No, I believe I was with Paula still.
I thought you said, I'm a little off. Okay, maybe it's just me. But okay, so they brought her back down there, again, did you see her leave when she left the crime scene?
No,
Okay. Do you know where she came from before she got to the crime scene?
no, sir.
Okay. But they didn't arrest Anthea Clay.
No, sir.
Okay, just check. All right, so they didn't arrest her. Did they ever bring her back in for an interview that you know of?
I wasn't a part of it, but yes, I do believe they interviewed her at some point.
Okay. You interviewed her at some point. Do you remember approximately when?
You know, probably a year or so after. Afterwards.
Year or so afterwards?
Yes, sir.
After what? Oh, after the crime happened?
After the crime happened, yeah, 2019-ish.
Okay, so after the crime happened. And, you know, and you can't recall if she was named a suspect in your affidavit.
I wrote in my affidavit that Paula stated that Anathea Clay had set up the robbery.
Were there any CIs that they talked to in the affidavit?
Yes.
Confidential informants?
Yes.
Okay, and did this confidential informant say that Anathea Clay was a suspect?
It's in the affidavit, I'll overrule it, if that's what you're asking about.
That's exactly what I'm asking.
I believe I wrote that in my affidavit. I'd have to.
So that would be a
look at it
second
to-
person.
To
that says-
refresh.
I'm sorry.
I'd have to look at it to refresh. That's.
Okay, and we may very well do that. That might be a good idea.
Okay.
If we could refresh the witnesses, would that be fine, Your Honor?
You notice she keeps looking over at the state.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's stressing out. It gets better, you guys. She's a timid little puppy now. That courtroom's horrible, their sound. It gets better though.
Now we refresh your recollection. Do you remember a CI that says the same thing?
Yes, the
Okay.
CI stated that Paula had set up Anathea Clay and didn't return it. It sounded like it was a drug deal that money didn't get exchanged. So in return, Anathea set up the robbery as payback.
Okay, so that's what's in the affidavit, is that Anathea Clay was setting this up as payback for something that Paul had done to her, allegedly.
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's in the rest affidavit. So that's definitely naming her as a suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, again, you just told me a second ago that they interviewed Anathea Clay, but it wasn't until way after, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
A year and a half, 2 years, something like that? Is that, I'm not sure if I heard correctly. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I believe it was sometime in 2019.
So 2019 from a crime that happened in 2017.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did anybody, that you know of, I mean, did they try to apprehend Miss Clay? I mean, was there a warrant out for her arrest? I mean, she's a suspect.
No.
Okay, so to your knowledge, nobody ever put out a warrant for her?
No.
Okay, and did they ever do any other work trying to find Miss Clay? I mean, did they, what attempts were made to find this murder suspect?
We never got to the point to classify her as a murder suspect, and I am unfamiliar with what attempts were made. That wasn't in my scope of the investigation to locate her.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. If I remember right, your scope in the investigation, you're right below the lead detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it wouldn't be in the scope of your investigation to know where a murder suspect is.
Anathea Clay never became a murder suspect during the course of our investigation.
Well, can you just tell me you had a witness that literally stated that, she set this crime up as payback? Okay.
Yes, we had two people that told us that Miss Clay had potentially set up this robbery.
I'm
You
ever make any attempts to interview her? Bring her in for an interview or to talk to her?
I did not. That was not part of my job in this investigation.
Okay. Did you know of anybody, besides yourself, who may have done this?
I don't know.
Okay, so to your knowledge, they don't interview her, pick her up or interview her until 2019.
I know that's when she got interviewed.
Okay. And did they arrest her after the interview?
No, sir.
Okay. And did the evidence still the same, or did it change, or is there a reason why she wasn't arrested?
Because she never rose to the level of a murder suspect in this investigation.
Two witnesses saying that she was. Now, did you know? I want to know a little bit more about the sanity of Clay thing, just a little bit. Okay, it's Treehouse. I think I asked you if you were there, Miss Clay, when she was brought back to the Treehouse on the second day. You said no, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. Okay, so you weren't there for this, but did they find any evidence that you know of from Miss Clay at the Treehouse on the second day that you know of?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Were you ever made aware of writings on a wall that were on the Treehouse wall?
Yeah, in like 2019, I believe.
You were made aware of those in 2019.
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't know anything about those until then.
Correct.
Okay, good. And what were these writings on the wall purported to be?
Honestly, I don't
remember
know.
what they were?
No,
Okay.
sir.
And do you remember what evidentiary value they had?
No, sir.
Okay, so you, I don't know, you said you saw pictures, is that correct?
I may have seen a picture, but not that I recall. It was like spray paint words on a wall.
Okay, but you don't know who wrote them, and you don't know.
No, sir.
Okay, were you there for when they interviewed Miss Sanity Clay?
I was not.
Okay, so that would have been who interviewed her? Just out of refreshing my memory.
I believe that was Captain Phelps, Detective Corey, and maybe Detective Moeller.
Okay. All right, so that would be Detective Moeller, Detective Corey, and Captain Phelps.
Yes, sir.
All right. And okay, again, we're back to the beginning of the investigation again. So the first night, you said you went to took care of Paula, and then the next night, and then after that, it was Roger Roget, right? And you interviewed him. Okay, so what did you do on the second day besides canvas? Anything?
I believe that was it.
Just canvassing for evidence, and you didn't find any?
No, I didn't.
Okay, what evidence were you there? What evidence were you there for when it was gathered?
I believe it was the second day they found a mask in a boat.
Okay, but you didn't collect it, somebody else did. Who was it that collected that evidence? Do you remember?
I don't know. I wasn't there when they found it. I just was told they found it.
Okay, so you're told they found it. Oh, you didn't actually see it.
I saw it.
Oh, okay, you saw
As we were waiting for the crime scene detective, whichever one it was, come and get it.
Okay, so it's all come and bag it and tag it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so but you never found any evidence on that second day.
No, sir.
Okay, what would you do on the third day?
I believe more walking and canvassing Stock Island.
Do you remember knocking on any doors? I mean, do you remember what neighborhood you were canvassing in, where you were?
We were walking, a good majority of the time was in Water's Edge Trailer Park. That's not there anymore, but it was just down the street from where the treehouse was.
Okay.
In that area, and then focusing on 2nd Street that goes past Tom Thumb, the fire station, Florida Keys Electric, and then the warehouse.
Okay.
In that area.
So just that little part of the neighborhood in Stock Island.
Yes, that general area.
It just kind of reminded me something about the Florida Keys Electric video. That was, for the record, was that the video that I had you replay up there? The one with, we were talking about John Travis Johnson, that stuff.
Yes, I believe that was the Florida Keys Electric.
Okay, just want to make sure. And how much time of the video did they give? how time did you guys collect? Do you remember
I
on
don't
that
know.
video?
I don't know.
You don't remember? Okay, yeah, you weren't the one who collected that. I forgot. But do you know of any more than the 7? I think it's 7 minutes. I think I want to say, but whatever that video is in length. Did you guys ever get any more from Florida Keys Electric that you know of?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so not to your knowledge. Okay, so we're back to you're canvassing the neighborhood and you're going through all the different locations, that are close to there, I guess. Was it the Tom Thumb, the fire department, the treehouse, and you said Water's Edge Trailer Park. Okay, so you didn't find anything in those areas, is what you told us. This would be the 3rd day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're on the 3rd day, nothing there. What'd you do on the 4th day?
The 4th day, I believe,
Nothing now.
good
What'd you do on the 4th day?
watching surveillance videos.
Okay, watching surveillance. And more with the surveillance.
Oh, 4th day.
Nothing now. What'd you do on the 4th day?
Most of them were brought to us by different detectives.
Okay, it's different detectives.
That's not me. It's a courtroom.
Right?
Yeah, yes,
Oh, it is me.
But you're reviewing them, checking them out to see what you find.
yes, sir.
Okay, gotcha. And okay, so while you're doing this, these surveillance videos, again, which places were you actually reviewing? Was it which videos?
It was mainly CVS's.
The CVS's videos?
Yes.
Okay, and did you collect all the tapes from CVS, or did they give you all the tapes from CVS?
I believe so. There's hours upon hours.
I seem to remember the same thing. Okay, now, but you believe they gave you all the video footage they had from CVS?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there weren't any cameras broken? There weren't any cameras that were malfunctioning or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
Okay, good. And did you find anything in the CVS videos that you were reviewing?
No, sir.
Okay, so they weren't really of evidentiary value, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other videos besides CVS?
At that time, no, I don't believe so. I believe it was
Just,
mainly the CVS videos.
so just the CVS videos. This
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's a lie.
Yes.
Did you catch that one?
What'd you do?
Grandma, I didn't catch this one. There's lie number 1. I see what he's doing now. Wow. Well, she's not being, truthful. I kind of felt sorry for her. A little bit.
On the 5th day.
The fifth day, I believe, is the day that I assisted with the photo lineup with Todd O'Quinn. We also got the Cosme video
Okay.
on the 5th day.
Okay, do you remember when you got the video?
I do not.
I don't remember if it was in the morning or the afternoon.
I believe it was late.
Okay.
I believe it was
More in the evening.
more in the evening.
Okay, so more than, and okay, now, let's see, 17th, and I said we're on day 5, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so that would be 17th to the 18th, 19th, 20th, and then 21st. Okay, what did you do on the 21st?
The 21st.
Oh, actually, that would be the 5th day, would be the 21st. Now, again, you just said that you were reviewing videos. Did you do anything else that day?
Not that I recall.
Did you guys perhaps conduct a no-knock raid on the warehouse on the 21st?
Yeah, that might have been the 21st.
Okay, was Mr. Wilson taken into custody on the 21st?
I would have to refresh my memory as to the exact date that happened.
Okay, you were, if I remember correctly, you were there. So when I brought in to the station on the 21st, was I brought in handcuffs?
Yes, I do believe so, sir.
Okay, and now did you at one time say I was free to go?
I don't know if I said it, but somebody did.
Okay, but I'm in handcuffs, right?
I don't recall.
Anyway, so I'm brought in on the 21st. We established that because that was the night of the no-knock raid. Now, the no-knock raid, you took myself and Rory Wilson down to the headquarters, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not you personally, somebody else drove me. Okay. And this is where you did the initial interviews with the suspects, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, you know, like I said, at some point, because I actually remember we did the interviews together somewhat. But okay, in the interview process, was I taken out of the interview room and taken downstairs and put in a squad car, still in handcuffs,
You were placed back into handcuffs.
and put down in a squad car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long was I down there?
I don't know offhand.
What was the purpose of putting me down there?
I believe so we can interview Rory.
Okay. Now, was I still free to go at any time?
At that time, no, I don't know. I would say no, you were in handcuffs in the back of a police car.
Okay, and was I in handcuffs in back of a police car when I left the warehouse to come back? Or when I entered this, I should say, because you were at the station, when I entered the station, did I enter in handcuffs?
I don't recall.
Okay, this would be right after that. Okay, so were you at the raid itself?
I was.
Okay, and did you initiate the search warrant for that raid?
Did I write the search warrant?
Did you go and seek the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, and so you're the one who got the search warrant for it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what did you write the search warrant for, specifically?
For any and all evidence that could be found at whatever the warehouse's exact address on Second Street.
And the address of the warehouse is a big place.
Yes, sir.
So was it the address for the entire warehouse, or was it just that one spot?
It was the address for the warehouse, but I do believe I specified the living areas where Rory Wilson
Okay.
was at.
Okay, so Rory Wilson's apartment.
Yes.
Okay, was Rory Wilson's apartment attached to the upstairs of the warehouse?
Honestly, it was all attached.
I mean, was it considered the same spot? I mean, like, okay, a lot of apartments and apartment buildings are attached, but that doesn't mean they're the same apartment. Was it the same spot as far as, was it the same apartment, or was it a different apartment upstairs?
To my knowledge, it was the same apartment
And, okay, what led you to believe that?
because I didn't know anything else about the warehouse other than it was sectioned off into apartments.
Okay, and how long were you at the warehouse when that night? I don't know, so I'd like to ask.
Maybe 20 minutes?
20 minutes, and when was this, when they first came in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so were you there at the front door, or were you at the back?
I was at the front door.
Okay, in the front door, and now the front door is the one they took me out of, correct?
I don't know.
Okay, but okay. But here's the thing, it's okay. So you were at the front door, but you weren't close enough to see whether or not I was the one that they pulled from upstairs.
Correct. I was there at the front to set the perimeter around so where I was at when they executed the search warrant was all the way out at the street.
Okay.
Watching the street and kind of the sides of the very large building of
Good,
the
yeah.
warehouse.
You just explain to the jury, the whole idea of the perimeter, what you're doing with the perimeter when you did that.
Yes, sir.
I mean, explain to them what you're doing when you're doing that. What are you doing when you're setting the perimeter? Why did you do it?
In case somebody, when we executed the search warrant, in case somebody fled out of the building, we would be out far enough to be able to detain them, apprehend them, find out who they are.
So back to that. So the idea from the beginning was to detain me, right? To detain me, not just Rory Wilson, but to detain me.
I didn't know who you were, sir.
Okay, so you didn't know who I was at that point.
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, you don't know, but you know who I was after I got to the station, correct?
Mhm.
So when I get to the station, where do I go from there? Do you remember?
After we were done with the interviews?
After they brought me into the station, what'd you guys do with me?
Interviewed you.
I'm gonna check on a relevance basis. So I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Thank you. Ms. Malone, what did you guys, I'm I'm in handcuffs. Coming into the station, what did you, you're there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who else was there? Do you remember?
Detective Pitcher was there.
Okay. And anybody else?
Probably Captain. Specifically, that would have been there.
So who brought me in? Who brought me in? Where'd they put me? It wasn't you, correct?
It was not me.
Okay, so it wasn't me. When's the first time you met me?
In the interview room.
In the interview room. Okay, so we're in the interview room. You just brought me in. I would assume your intention was question, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you guys ask me a bunch of questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and at the end of those questions, did they let me go? Did they allow me to leave the station?
Yes, after the interview, you were free to leave and you left.
Okay, and so is it safe to assume that there wasn't, in your opinion or in the lead detective's opinion, whoever's making the decision, it wasn't enough to arrest me?
Correct.
Okay, and okay, so afterwards, I'm obviously free. I get arrested the same, was it the night, the 22nd, because I remember that 21st went to the 22nd. But okay, that night, what changed in between the 21st and the 22nd when I get arrested?
During your interview and Rory Wilson's interview, you both put yourselves with John Travis Johnson.
Well, we might have to watch that too. But okay, so the thing is,
I will sustain the objection. Again, there's no commentary allowed.
I'll watch myself, Your Honor. Okay, Miss Malone, you said that, I was brought in because of that. What I'm saying is our interviews were done on the 21st, right? Rory Wilson's and mine, the ones that you just said that we used John Travis Johnson as an alibi or whatever, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I was let go after that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you're saying I was arrested for those same two interviews. So why wasn't I arrested at that point?
Because we had not interviewed John Travis Johnson yet.
Okay, so it was John Travis Johnson's interview that got me arrested.
That was the final, to put it all together, everything that we knew. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now don't get me wrong. Rory Wilson allegedly testified that, or made statements about me. It's not again, it's alleged that it's Rory Wilson allegedly made statements about me, correct?
Yes, he stated that you were there during the planning of the
I'm
robbery.
just asking whether or not he made statements. I didn't ask what he said.
Sorry. Yes.
Now, okay, so that is what you're alleging here. And okay, John Travis Johnson allegedly made statements against me, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and those are the two things. Anything else in this investigation? So far, we're up to day 5 when I get arrested. Anything else in this investigation saying that, saying I had something to do with this?
The Cosme video.
And the Cosme video, you just said not too long ago, correct me if I'm wrong, that Cosme video, you can't tell who's in the video, that you decided who's in the video based on the investigation.
Correct.
Okay, and your investigation was Rory Wilson and John Travis Johnson at this point, right?
Correct.
So you're saying that their word tells you that I'm the guy in the video.
Correct.
Okay, and even though you can't see me. You can't see me in the video. So it's just them saying it's me, that's good enough, right?
I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Okay, maybe I should clarify myself just a little bit. I guess I'm a little nervous or whatever. But here's the thing. Video. When we were watching the video, we established that yes, you could not see anybody in that video, right?
I could see people, body shapes,
Body
body
shape.
made,
But not make an identification.
not faces. No, sir.
Right, no faces. Okay, and now you just testified that the only investigation that you knew of me, right, was from Rory and Travis.
And the Cosme video.
Well, again, this is what we're talking about, this Cosme video. Cosme video, you said you can't identify anybody in it, right? So, okay, if you can't identify anybody in it, I'm asking how that is evidence against me at that point.
Yes, this is argumentative. It's been asked and answered.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Okay, well, we'll move on. Okay, so.
See, the judge is starting in. That was rude.
Were you there when they arrested me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and, they took me, if I remember correctly, took me over to the jail, and, would that be? No, I'm sorry, I'm trying to.
Sustain the objection, his testimonial.
Okay. Okay. Did you see me again after I went to jail?
When I got the buccal swab.
Vocal swab. Now, you'll have to refresh my memory because I don't remember you taking a vocal swab from me, but did you, could you please tell me what day that was?
I would have to look at
Now,
the
did you do it?
property receipt to refresh my memory as to what day it was.
I'd be perfectly happy to let you do that because I honestly don't remember, and I don't remember if you did do one on me. So the thing is, do you remember? Again, you put it into evidence, correct? Is there any other buccal swabs from me that you know of?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Okay, so that's the DNA that was used for the FDLE report. Is that correct?
I would assume so. That's not my purview, but I would-
You bagged it and you tagged it, right?
and turned it in.
And then it goes from that to whoever is going to do the testing or whatever.
Yes, sir.
All right, gotcha. Okay. All right, so we're at that stage. Now, did you interview any of the witnesses in the case?
I was there when Roosevelt Washington was interviewed.
Okay, Roosevelt Washington.
Yes.
Did he say I had anything to do with this?
Objection here,
Or,
sustained.
did he have any evidence, anything of evidentiary value to add to your investigation?
No.
Okay, so nothing from Roosevelt Washington, right? And please tell me, tell the jury actually who Roosevelt Washington was and why you would even be interviewing.
He was in the trailer with Matthew Bonnet when the robbery occurred.
Okay, so this is another person who was on scene when it actually happened.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but he didn't have anything to say really of evidentiary value.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So moving on. Any other witnesses that that you actually talked to?
I talked to one subject, Odom. I don't remember his first name.
Would that be
One of the neighborhood canvases,
Would it be Austin Odom?
probably.
Okay, and do you remember why he was of interest to you?
Because we were talking to all kinds of people that were in the area, and he lived at the warehouse.
Okay, so lived at the warehouse. To be clear, was it thought that we were all living at the warehouse?
I believe Paula stated that she thought Detroit lived there.
She's gotten a trike lift there?
That Detroit, Roy Wilson,
Detroit lived there. Gotcha.
lived there.
Could you please again tell them who Detroit, AKA
Detroit
is?
is the street name for Rory Wilson.
Okay. Now, you're saying because you got information that Detroit lived there, right? Now, how did you guys obtain this information?
That was, I believe Paula told me that in her interview.
She told you?
That he lived in a warehouse, possibly on Front Street, but she wasn't certain, but it was in that area.
Now, could you, if I let you refer again back to your affidavit, would you have wrote the same thing in your affidavit?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you write the same thing, what you just said to us in your affidavit, that you had found that out by Paula Belamonte's
I don't know
statements?
if I wrote that in my affidavit or not.
Okay, but do you remember what you wrote in your affidavit?
I remember a majority of what I wrote. It's
Just
4 pages long.
okay, no, I'm sorry. I was just not that one, right? That one you don't remember.
I don't remember if I wrote that in there or not.
Okay, just want to clarify. All right, so do you remember what else you wrote in that affidavit?
Can you be more specific?
Okay, about my part in the crime. Do you remember how I came about to be a suspect?
Yes.
Okay, and how was that?
We had found out that Rory Wilson had been at Metro PCS to pay a phone bill with another subject.
Was I a subject at that point?
No,
Okay, so I was nobody at this point.
correct.
Okay,
At
and
this point, I'm gonna object. He asked a question. He's not letting the computer answer.
well, I just apologize. I just,
I overruled the objection. I didn't see a problem
okay.
there.
Miss Malone, okay. Again, how did I become a suspect as far as, okay, you didn't know anything about me at this point, Metro PCS, phone bill, please continue.
I believe Metro PCS gave us your name because I believe it was you that was actually paying your phone bill. And then two of the general crimes detectives that was assisting us went over to, I believe, the warehouse and talked to you, and you gave us the name of Rory Detroit Wilson.
Okay. Did they say I acted suspicious or that there was something that, something I did that made me a suspect at that point?
No,
Okay, so I'm still not a suspect, right?
no, sir.
Okay, and so please continue. Where'd we go after that? How did, again, how do I become a suspect?
Once we determined the legal name of Detroit, because that's all that Paula could give us was street name Detroit, and there's shockingly quite a few people that go by the street name Detroit. Once we were able to get a name for him, that's when we prepared the search warrant for where Detroit Rory Wilson was living at the warehouse. When we executed the search warrant at the warehouse, Mr. Tucker, you were there.
Okay, but just to, again, I'm not trying to stop you in your middle of your statement. But since we're going to pause, I just want to pause right there. Okay, so still not a suspect, right?
No, sir.
Okay, so the search warrant, was my name on there to be detained?
I don't believe anybody's name was on there to be detained.
But you said you went and got it for Rory Wilson's apartment.
I did.
Okay, so was Rory Wilson supposed to be detained if he was a suspect of being Detroit?
That's the standard practice with the sheriff's office when we execute a search warrant. Every individual that's in that premise is detained.
Okay, please, and this is my ignorance, and I'm going to actually ask you to explain to the jury because I'm kind of ignorant of these things. Please explain to them the whole process as far as the search warrant thing. What do you do to get a search warrant? What is it that, again, how do you go about this process? When you go from writing it to getting it to executing it?
Well, in order to get a search warrant, we get everything that we know at the time that we want to try to go and search a place. We write it out in an affidavit. We have to have what they determine probable cause. We have to have a reason why we're going to this house. We laid it out based on that Paula had identified Rory Wilson Detroit as the guy that held a knife to her throat and punched her a whole bunch of times in the face while demanding her purse. We now know who he is. So now we want to go search his house because she identified him, and we want to see what evidence is in the house. Once we as the detectives, once I wrote the search warrant, I then give that form to the state attorney because they're the lawyers and everything, and they look at it and they say yay or nay as to whether or not there's enough to bother a judge with to sign the search warrant. The state attorneys at the time determined, yes, we had enough. We woke up a judge, and the judge actually met me at the sheriff's office headquarters, signed the search warrant, and then once we have that signed search warrant, depending on the type of search warrant it is, and this search warrant was for the residence of a murder suspect, we had our SWAT team execute the search warrant because when there's that type of crime, there's a danger to everybody involved. And they're trained in doing that, and they do it all the time. Us detectives that don't do that stuff, we set the perimeter, which is what I did. I was on the perimeter. They executed the search warrant, which there's a lot of, they have to read it to the occupants. And again, whenever we do a search warrant, be it for, especially on a residence, everybody that's in that residence is going into handcuffs pretty much immediately. they're detained.
Is that about it?
Yeah, I believe so. I think I covered it.
Okay, good. Thank you for explaining that to him. Okay, so now going back to the search warrant and executed and how you get it and all that stuff, is it based on an address or is it based on the subject? Is it based on the person or on the address?
Honestly, it depends on the type of search warrant.
I'm talking about the one you wrote. Do you
It was
remember?
based on the address.
It's based on the address. So Rory Wilson wasn't actually considered, you weren't, there's nothing in there saying detain Rory Wilson.
Not that I recall.
Okay, but did you have the intentions on detaining Rory Wilson if you saw him there?
Absolutely.
Okay, because he's a murder suspect. That makes sense, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so, again, you're going there, you have the search warrant for Rory Wilson's apartment, and you're going there with the intention of detaining Rory. Okay, now again, is there any reason to detain me at this point?
Because you're in the apartment.
Just because I'm in the apartment, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you agree that if you went into, again, apartments, right, say it was apartment complex, what happens when you go into the wrong apartment?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever done that.
Okay, well, again, as far as search warrants go, it has to be for that specific location. You can't just get a search warrant and go wherever you want, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's very specific, right? Okay, was Rory Wilson renting the upstairs?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Did anybody else know that was there?
Not that I know of.
So nobody knew this. Did you have a meeting before you go and execute this, or do you guys just go over there and knock on the door?
No, we had a meeting prior.
Okay. So you had a meeting prior, and again, you're not specific though. You're not very sure about which areas are Rory Wilson's and which ones are not.
Correct, because we're talking about a warehouse that was makeshift into apartments.
Okay. Makeshift into apartments, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
big warehouse though, right?
Yes, very
Okay.
big warehouse.
And lots of different sections of those, right?
Lots of doors. I never fully went inside it, so I couldn't.
Okay. Well, based on when you were inside of it, did it seem like there were walls that separated out the different sections, or was
Yes.
it okay? It was just one big open room.
No, there was walls, and it was made into an apartment. There was a bathroom. I
And
remember
so-
that. I believe there was a bedroom.
So you didn't search any of the other sections or the other apartments in those sections.
I didn't search any.
Did anybody search those
I-
apartments?
I don't know, sir.
I'm just asking I'm asking you, okay, I know where you guys executed the warrant, right?
Yes.
Any of the other sections that we just talked about, those sections in that warehouse where there's other apartments or other, whatever people are renting, right? Did you guys search any of those?
No.
Okay. And again, why wouldn't you search those?
Because that's not where Rory Wilson lived.
Right, because that's not where Rory Wilson lived. Now, Rory Wilson, according to, again, the documents that have been submitted, I guess, that was his apartment in the back, right?
I don't remember if it was back or front, but yes.
Okay. And do you remember him having any other door other than the one that was in the warehouse?
There was one in the front, and then there was one in the back of the
No,
warehouse.
that's even why we said that, right? That you were at the front.
Yes.
And there are other people who came in from the back.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. And then that was targeted as Rory Wilson's apartment. Okay. Again, so you wouldn't know or have known whether or not the upstairs was part of Rory Wilson's apartment.
No, I would not have known that.
Okay. And had the Monroe County Sheriff's Department, had it ever been to that specific section of the warehouse prior to, the no-knock raid on there that you know of?
Not that I know of, but probably.
Okay. Just, I'm curious because, again, I don't know, whether you got knocked on that door ever before. That's what I'm asking. Okay, so this is your first time at the warehouse, Rory Wilson's apartment. And did they take anything of evidentiary value out of that you know of?
They took evidence, but I was not there. I don't know what all they took.
Okay, so you didn't take any, but
No.
they did take evidence
They
from
took
there.
stuff,
Okay.
yes, sir.
I know, and you don't know if it had evidentiary value or not.
I do not.
Okay, good. All right, so okay, now we're up to, let's see, just before I get arrested, right? Or just when I got arrested. Okay, what was your involvement with the investigation after all the suspects had been arrested?
Not much.
Okay. And we talked about Anthony Clay, suspect still at large, right?
Correct. Not a suspect, but somebody we wanted to interview.
Okay, you wanted to interview her, but again, I don't want to get redundant here, but okay. So, you know, again, according to your affidavit, she's, again, been named a suspect by a few different witnesses.
Yes.
Okay. But she's not a suspect to go and try and find.
That wasn't my.
So what was, you said there wasn't much involvement for you after this, right? As far as after what, after Rory and me and Travis were all arrested, right? But there's not much involvement for you after that.
No, just like the search warrant of
The truck.
and the recovery of Paula's backpack.
Okay. Let's get back to the search on the truck, because you know, that reminds me of that. The search on the truck. Again, you go there, we've already established that it wasn't impounded for like, what, 10, 15, 20 days?
It wasn't searched.
Okay, well, okay. Okay. Well, in that case, was the truck ever impounded? We haven't established that it was impounded. Okay. Okay. What happened to the truck afterwards?
We left it where it was parked.
Left it where it was parked. Okay. Did anybody ever come to collect the truck?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Okay. Let's get back to the search of it. Now you said, you know, that Captain Phelps was there, you were there. Who's CCFO? I was just going to ask about.
Excuse me. Let's see if there's something new that hasn't been.
Okay. Who's CC Hoverson?
She is a deputy that works in the training division.
Okay. And why was she at this search of a vehicle used in a homicide?
For learning training purposes.
She was learning.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, did the forensics guy, you said John Underwood that was there, if I remember correctly,
Yes, sir.
did he search the vehicle?
I believe he did.
Okay. You believe he did, but do you know he did?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. And you said the search, if you remember right, that you videotaped the search, right? So would John Underwood be on that video checking out the truck?
I don't recall if he searched the truck.
Okay. You don't recall if he searched the truck at all? Do you remember, you know, I mean, I would imagine he would have went before you, so I mean, you know, do you remember you gave a reason why or why not he wouldn't?
I really, it was 6 years ago. I don't remember who.
Did you search the truck?
Yes.
Okay, what'd you find in it?
I would have to look at my report for everything. I mean, we found drug paraphernalia. We found some mask, some knives.
Okay, some masks, some knives, some drug paraphernalia.
And that's,
Pretty, was any of that taken into evidence?
yes.
Okay, good. And
Knowledge.
okay, so none of it actually. Did you guys do anything special with it? Did you? The search of the truck, how did you go about you know, again, is there a procedure for it? Is there something that, you know, a certain way you have to do it, anything like that?
No, just other than the same standard, writing the search warrant, having the state look at it, saying yay or nay, and then having a judge look at it and saying yes or no, signing it, and then there's procedural things where we got to record us reading the search warrant. Like in the case of a house, we'd read it to the occupants. In the case of an unoccupied truck, we read it to the unoccupied truck. And then paperwork that we have to give to like the owner of the truck, stuff like that, but nothing other than that.
Now, at this point, you're a detective, Detective Malone, right? Homicide detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you think it would have been prudent to take a vehicle that's been used in homicide, to impound it? I'm asking for expertise. The homicide detective, I would assume they have.
The issue with the trunk was the time delay and us actually knowing where the truck was. And we did have our crime scene guy do, like you could do blood, check for blood on stuff with lights and glasses. And he didn't see anything that would have been overly impactful, so there didn't seem to be a reason to impound the truck.
Didn't you just say a second ago that he didn't look at the truck?
All right, I misspoke. I don't remember what he did, but now that as we're talking about it, I remember him looking at that type of stuff.
Blood and what'd you say else?
Looking for if there was blood.
Okay, but he did do that, right?
I do believe so, yes.
And we'll go back to that. Take a look at that.
I think, excuse me, Mr. Tucker, but I think that this is about as good a stopping point for.
I think so too, Your Honor. Thank you. Section
We're going to break for lunch, folks. Again, we thank you for your patience, your attentiveness during our morning session. We're going to resume at 1:30. So follow the usual cautionary instructions. Return at 1:30, and we'll pick up from where we left off.
Maybe the courtroom is making the audio that way on purpose.
I can't even make comments now.
You can?
No, it won't let me.
Why is that?
I don't know. It says this comment has failed to post. I was just going to talk about how good he is. I mean, I'd use him as my lawyer.
Maybe go out and come back in.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you for that heads up.
I've had Travis Johnson here all day yesterday, and I have him here yet today. Do you anticipate we're going to get, that will be our next witness. Do you anticipate that we're going to get to him today and get started with him, or do you think it'd be more prudent to start fresh with him on Tuesday? Obviously, because of different guidance in court. Do you want to leave him there waiting? It'll be 1:30. One has more cost to do yet. We have to correct.
Well, I guess it's kind of, Mr. Tucker's got to give us an idea, an estimate as to length of his remaining prosecution.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's why I actually did say to the prosecution that I thought that this witness was probably going to take up the rest of the day. I was honest with them about that when we came back from break.
Well, so I think we could probably release Johnson and all right. Good afternoon, and just remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we can proceed with the continued cross-examination.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for being patient. Off with technical things. Ms. Malone, now you said you are no longer a detective, no longer a homicide detective. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what department do you work in now?
I still work for the sheriff's office. I work in the 911 center.
Is that a civilian position or is that a batch position?
It's a civilian position.
And how did you come to be in that position?
I requested to go into dispatch.
Okay. Did you?
Well, let's take the documents. Well, regardless.
This is when it gets good, you guys. It's almost over.
May we approach?
Yes.
From after being in major crimes for
Oh, here we go.
and the things that
Hold
I
on.
learned, and I gave up my job as a cop. So I want to. It is a letter of recommendation from, I believe it was Major Shabulia, that I no longer be a major crimes detective.
Now you just testified that this move down to dispatch was voluntary, correct?
It was, yes.
Okay. But Major Scabilia is your boss, correct?
He's the boss of pretty much everybody at the sheriff's office, yes.
Okay. And in this letter, he's making a recommendation that what?
That I not be a detective, but I still was going to be a cop.
Did he give you were still going to be a cop?
Yes,
Okay. But you just told me you're not in a badge position.
because I requested a non-badge
Okay,
position.
good. We'll clarify that. Okay. What else did it say in this report, this recommendation for you? Why did he give, what reason did he give as to why he didn't want you to be a major crimes detective?
I had fallen behind on paperwork on some of my cases in 2019.
Okay. And how many cases was that?
I don't know the exact numbers.
Do you remember reading this recommendation?
5 years ago.
Would you like me to refresh you and let you look at it?
Currently 11 cases out of 70.
Okay. And 11 cases out of 17 is what he says. And now, he didn't say they were for paperwork. What did he say they were for?
I didn't read that far.
Well,
Investigated deficiency, I believe, was one of the words he used.
well, did he say, these are two examples?
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay.
The bounds of what I allowed with respect
Okay. Well, being that you just read this, it wasn't over paperwork, correct?
It was over paperwork.
Okay. That's, again, for impeachment purposes, Your Honor.
He's been impeached. You've established the basis for employment situation, and
Except for that is not correct reason why she was fired. Or not fired, was demoted. According to this document I just showed you.
Mr. Tucker, I've made my decision. I was over over,
Okay.
allowed you to
Okay.
talk and question her, but that's as far as
Okay.
I think the rules allow.
Did your boss discuss this with you at all? Major,
No.
didn't, I'm sorry, he was major at the time, right? He's a lieutenant colonel now, right?
Yes.
Did Major Scabelia, did he talk to you about why you were being demoted? Why he
No, they
recommended your
sent it to
demotion?
me in an email.
Okay, they sent it to you in email? They didn't,
Yes.
He didn't discuss it with you at all?
No.
So what he sent you is the document I have.
Yes.
And again, so that's not exactly voluntarily going down to dispatch, was it?
Being removed as a detective is not a demotion. A detective is just a deputy that works in a specialized unit. I was being moved to road patrol. At the time, as I stepped back from after being in major crimes for a little over 2 years and the things that I had seen, and over the course of my law enforcement career, I knew for me, I couldn't do it anymore. So I voluntarily gave up my badge and gave up my job as a cop so I wouldn't have to see them things anymore.
So you're saying it had nothing to do with this recommendation from Chad Scabelia?
No.
And, you know, he never said that it was an insufficient investigation.
Objection here, sustained.
Asking if she ever heard that from her boss.
And what you ask, and I sustain the objection.
Okay. So in your mind, there was no reason other than you wanted to go down?
I'm sorry.
In your mind, there was no reason other than when you wanted to, again, switch departments. You know, you didn't want to wear the badge.
Correct. I did not want to deal with the things that cops have to see on a daily basis anymore.
Okay, and let's go ahead and we'll go on to something else because we can come back to this if we need to. But can I go grab something else, Your Honor?
Yes.
Since we have, going back to the buccal swabs, right? You collected a buccal swab from me. You said you also collected one from, was it Rory?
Yes, sir.
So Rory Wilson and myself. Would you, and after those buccal swabs went to the lab, did you ever get the results? Did you ever see the results of those buccal swabs?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so when the results went to somebody else.
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember who that might be?
Probably Detective Pitcher, but I don't know.
And did you and Detective Pitcher, did you guys work together, or did you discuss everything about the investigation? I mean, were you working the case together?
In the first beginning of the case, yes. After the first week or so, no.
Okay, so could you tell me who was working the case after that first week or so?
Detective Pitcher,
By himself?
yes.
Okay. All right, just checking because I wanted to keep the timeline here. Okay, so, you didn't get the results from those. You just collected the samples.
Yes, sir.
If I remember correctly, before the lunch break, and I could have them read it back for me, I'm not only asking because of time. Did you say, you never said that, you saw Travis in the truck? That you saw Travis sitting in the truck in the video?
That I said I never saw Travis sitting in the
No,
truck?
that you said you saw Travis sitting in the truck in the video.
I did not say that.
Okay, good. And
I don't know.
He's mumbling, I can't hear.
He's asking how to place some sort of drive in the mechanism.
Judge, unfortunately, Mr. Muller, who was here earlier, had to go home because he was feeling under the weather. He was sick yesterday. He just came in for the morning session, so.
I imagine you just stick it in the rest of the report.
Carrie's here. I'm sure he could assist. Carrie being the head of our tech department. So perhaps if he's, you think you have it, okay. You do, but yes. What? Okay, thank you. I hear the door opening as we speak. Carrie, would you mind assisting Mr. Tucker with basically operating the mechanism? He's got some sort of drive in there.
Thank you so much.
All right. Any other questions while he's here, or? Yeah, sure. A couple of things. So, any issues you can raise with me, so perhaps we can avoid breaking again with the church. So let me know when you need me. Okay.
The one that's still downloading. That one, yeah, she specifically says.
I thought we were talking about this one here.
Well, I mean, yes, we've talked about all of them, Your Honor. That's.
But she never said that she could ID.
Okay. This last part is when he talks about impeaching her. And that was it for today. Today's hearing. Or day 2, whatever. Oh, I keep forgetting you're an hour ahead.
That Travis Johnson gave corroborating evidence of what was happening about him being involved in the crime.
Corroborating evidence about Mr. Tucker being
involved in the crime. Mr. Tucker's assertion is that she's going to be impeached because on the video.
He's good, I'll say that.
After he gave his statement,
She needs to be impeached.
Right?
It's going to be interesting.
Yes, you are, Grandma.
Yeah, she's at 1 o'clock in the morning there almost.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that. Remember, I always thought you were an hour ahead of me.
Yeah.
What a fool I was, huh?
Hey, I'm good. We're in the same timeline. I really like that guy, though. He done good for himself.
I think so, too. I mean, I'm just showing you guys the ending of today's because of her lying on the stand twice.
I just hope the people see that.
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
I hope they. Usually juries get it right.
Yeah, except for Casey Anthony.
Oh, that's true. Oh God, that little demon.
I mean, I watched that whole trial and I thought for sure she was going to prison. I was shocked.
Your Honor, I don't care if she gave
So
90 minutes worth of, other statements, other
I just
corroborating,
pray that the people really listen to him and pay attention to everything that's said.
when he gets to the point where he says something different, when he actually changes his story, that's when it becomes a problem. And yes, she was there, right there, reviewing the tapes with him when he says something different. So it's not corroborated. So it wasn't corroborated.
What difference did he say?
He said he couldn't see if it was his truck. He couldn't tell who either individual was in the video, and that again, he couldn't identify that or corroborate that as the video of the incident.
You're taking her testimony to viewing it too narrowly. She's talking about the totality of what he told her, not one specific instance. So that's in my view, admissible impeachment.
No, I know. Again, this is one of a few different videos and audios, and we were just having a discussion about this. The problem, from what I understand, is that they don't want the entire section or the entire video played just for the section where I'm using it for impeachment. Again, a very simple one is the IA tape that I was going to play, the one that's still downloading. That one, yeah, she specifically says.
I thought we were talking about this one here.
Well, I mean, yes, we've talked about all of them, Your Honor. We were talking about all of them.
I know, but I'm focusing on the one objection that's now
Okay,
before me.
the objection to that specific video. Okay, again, I gave you my argument. Basically, look, she asked him to identify what's in that video. He cannot. Which, again,
You can certainly cross-examine Mr. Johnson, but the way I construed her testimony was, first of all, find that an extremely liberal in my view, because a lot of this questioning of her arguably isn't even admissible, because what her opinion is and what her conclusions are really aren't the issue. But nevertheless, I've given great leeway to attempt to impeach her by suggesting at one point that Johnson couldn't ID who was in the vehicle. She was talking about the totality
of his statement.
So I'm going to sustain the state's objection.
Okay. Other impeachment videos. We were talking specifically about a hot mic video that they're aware of. They've seen it. I've seen it. Where, again, Danielle Malone said multiple times up on the stand today that they didn't know I wasn't a suspect at the time they did the raid on the witness. Right? She specifically said that. Right? I still wasn't a suspect. Right? This video, again, you can only get audio from it, video from it, just the audio. But the audio, yes, she knew I was considered a suspect long before that raid ever happened. She was there when I was named a suspect.
I'm just concerned, excuse me, Mr. Mansfield, I've got a jury waiting out here.
I know.
And it feels like this is a matter that is just can balloon here, and I'm not sure that we're not going to have more discussions. So ideally, like all this stuff, ideally should have been ironed out ahead of time, but anyway, here we are now. So.
Well, Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I agree with you totally. It's my problems with doing it earlier today is, again, it was a technical problem because, okay, I have the things on my computer on whatever drive I have them on. Getting them onto the screen is a different story. The other thing is reviewing these things so that the state is okay with whatever I'm putting up there. We haven't had a chance to do, and I'd like to offer the state the opportunity to do that. But here we are, and it's like.
Judge, if I may just respond to the other video exchanges for impeachment. During an investigation, there are many names that are bandied about. There are people of interest, people they want to talk to, what have you. At what point this defendant became a work these issues out. I hate to do that, but
Yeah, I don't see much alternative, quite frankly. And again, I'm not here to point fingers or assign blame, but normally the reciprocal discovery, the defense would say, listen, we got this, this, and this. They'd be viewed, would be redacted in the event that there's portions that require redacting, and the judge would be called upon to make these sorts of decisions once the respective sides had done what they could to narrow the issues. For whatever reason, we don't find ourselves in that posture, and I'm concerned that we're going to be going back and forth here, so I don't know how many more of these things, Mr. Tucker, you have lined up, but
There's a few, Your Honor, and to be honest, I agree with the prosecution. I think that is the best solution, is that we can send the jury home and we take a look at these things so that way we don't run into these issues. And I will go ahead and make sure any further impeachment materials, I'll make sure that they see long before we ever get there.
okay, I don't see much alternative. I guess when I allotted the amount of time I did, it kind of factored in these potential delays. So big picture, as I said, the amount of time allotted factored in some of this stuff. So I just don't want, if I'm going to be in a pay me now or pay me later scenario whereby saying, okay, hey, the jurors breathe a sigh of relief, they go home early, but then Friday the 2nd, they're sitting here at midnight. I don't want that, but I don't think we're at that point. Okay, so when are we going to ask them to be here on Tuesday?
Judge, well, should be a full day. I don't see, I mean, we have, so like maybe the 9 o'clock, and we'll get here at 9 or have them here 9:15 and we'll get started.
You all be here at 9 and 9:15 for the jurors, and of course I'll be available to help if we need some court rulings about this afternoon. All right. Okay, let's bring them in.
Isn't this sick what they're doing to this man? He can't represent stuff. Good night, Grandma.
Yeah, but a lot of people's watching.
Yep. That's why I'd love to get a hold of him.
I mean, his hands, or his life's in his hands. He's doing a really good job, and people are seeing it. So hopefully justice will be served the right way.
Right. He's got a civil lawsuit going on.
Thank you. Welcome back. Please be seated, everyone.
We'll see how it goes.
So, you must be wondering, what's going on, Judge? He told us to come back from lunch, and here we are. And, we've been basically hurry up and wait. I can't tell you what's going on. So that's the short answer. What I can tell you is I have it well in hand, and that we're going to break early today. Something has come up, and what I foresee is that in the long run, we're far better dealing with it now between Mr. Tucker, the lawyers, and myself, rather than keep on shuttling you folks back and forth. Not to worry, we're still on schedule. That schedule that I gave you at the very beginning, we're still well within those parameters. So I'm sorry for any inconvenience that you've had to suffer this afternoon. But again, not to worry. Everything is, normal. This is all part of the trial process. And I think the best way to handle it is to wish you a good weekend. 9:15 Tuesday, and we expect that you'll be presented with more testimony at that time. So remember the instructions, follow them diligently, vigilantly. Have a great 3-day weekend, and see you on Tuesday at 9:15.
So there's that. If you guys want to go, that's cool. But I want to watch. I just found it. This detectives. She was the first one on the scene, and it's her body cam footage, and you can see all the other people.
And it's the one that was just on the stand?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll watch it.
Okay, good. Look at sweet body cam footage.
I have to turn my TV up to like 65 to hear it.
I heard somebody scream. I go upstairs.
Copy.
Face down. And I feel blood.
Man.
Unresponsive.
Hey, what happened? Tell me what happened.
I don't know. I'm downstairs watching TV.
1118, I have men on standby when you're able to advise.
Roosevelt. I hear a scuffle.
Okay.
A scream.
Okay.
The homeowner who's sitting there with us says, I'm going to check that out.
Okay.
When he gets up, I hear another scream.
Okay.
I take off up there.
Okay.
To the top of the stairs. Dude is on him.
Who is on him? Nobody you know.
Skeleton mask.
Wait, is it black, white, tall, skinny?
Yeah.
Tell me what.
No, I can't. Because it's one. I saw the white guy take his mask off and ran that way.
So there's two people.
Two people. Black guy. So then I
A
go
black
back in
guy and
there.
a white guy.
The other guy's still fucking in there.
What car?
I didn't see any car, buddy. I was assholes and
11:18.
elbows.
So far negative on a car. Possible suspects. White male, black male, both wearing masks with skeletons on them. I'm gonna follow the RP over to the house where there's possible victims.
I hear the homeowner.
Where's
second
this at?
cry for help.
Where are their victims?
We just got another call.
On the wooden observation deck. See to the right,
Okay.
right there.
Me over there.
It's spaced out.
Copy. At Roll Meds, it's gonna be Laurel Avenue. It's gonna be the tree house. They'll see through my lights on my car.
Same information we're getting now from the other caller. Another caller that's stating his friend lives in the treehouse. Being able to call it and discuss that. So landline 2022.
1202 to 1121. Respond to cross. Cross US 1. 1125. Respond to US 1 and 430. Yes, call the front. That's all
So far, I got no vehicle, but I got people screaming for help. Stand by. Paul, I'm coming. I got a male victim face down, unresponsive. I got a female victim bleeding from the neck, screaming at the top of the treehouse. Paula, come here. Come here.
It hurts.
Paula, do you know who did this?
Yeah, it was a black guy.
Do you know his name?
He goes by the name of Detroit. It hurts a lot. He came over and he stole my purse.
Okay. Sit down, Paula. Sit down. Come here.
Wait, let me get my phone.
Sit down.
I got people that I think they help me.
Sit down. Sit down.
Patrol 1.
Paula, hold this on it, okay? I'm gonna go see about the guy downstairs. Hold that on it. Hold it. Hold it. 1118. I got a black male, supposedly by the name of Detroit. The female's holding pressure on her neck. I'm checking on the male now. Sir. Male, possibly 6F. Sir. You hear me? No, I need you to show those guys where to come. The rescue's here. 1118, rescue rebel.
2025.
Sir, you hear me? Copy that. I got a male, so far not breathing, no pulse. Paula, they're coming. They're coming, Paula. Just keep pressure on it.
Paula, to no K9 QSB, been advised.
Guys, I got one male here, not responsive, not breathing. One upstairs, stabbed in the neck. One right here, non-responsive, not breathing, stabbed. I can't flip him over, start CPR. One upstairs, bleeding from the neck from a stab wound.
Okay, hey, hey!
I can't flip him over. Not breathing.
Let's do this, guys. Listen up. Where's the wound at?
It's in his back, and there's one right here.
Okay.
Shoot upstairs.
Alright, I'm gonna go check on the other piece.
Still further 2027.
Up here. Paula.
Close off the monitor. Lucas,
Paula, you gotta give me something. Who did this?
Guy, his name, he goes by Detroit.
Detroit. Where does he live?
He's a friend of fucking April.
Okay.
It's April.
Look at me.
Can't you blind it?
Can you walk? If you can walk, I need you to walk. Keep pressure on your neck. Do you understand?
It's Paula, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Paula, I
Come on,
need you.
Paula.
I need you to get up and walk.
I've had a lot of lung problems, so
That's fine. They're gonna get worse if you don't walk with me.
We're here to help you.
Don't worry about this.
Oh my God.
This is not a concern for you right now.
I'll bring your
Let me get my
phone. I'll bring your phone,
Stop
okay?
yelling at me, please.
No, let her
Paula,
keep pressure
come on
on.
up.
I need a blood pressure. I need
His
her to
name,
keep pressure. I need
what's
a
his
blood
real name?
I don't know what his name is.
Let's go, double time.
I'm talking. I can't talk about it at the same time.
Stand up.
I'm gonna leave you here.
Okay, you might have to help me up. Can I let go of you? You help me? You help me?
Come on.
He stole my purse.
Okay.
You want me to go down there with them?
What's your head?
Come on.
If we can, I'd like a blood pressure on
Hey,
it.
Universal Hospital.
Yeah.
His name is Detroit. He lives somewhere on Front Street. He's some kind of fisherman.
Okay.
He's a big guy. He's really big. He has some kind of mask on.
Okay.
He's wearing black boots like that kind of.
Was anyone else with him?
Let me see your wound.
Yeah, some guy.
Yeah, we need to see the wound. That's him.
Alright.
And I think maybe.
It's clotting. That's good.
Okay.
Standing and walking. I need you to come
1118, black male, street name Detroit. He lives on Front Street somewhere. She says he's a fisherman. And there was another male with him.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I need you to come.
Paula, I'm right here, okay?
The second suspect is also a black male.
Laylock, where's
Hey, is the
Cameron?
second suspect, is he a black male too?
I think so. Roger would know better because he's the one that broke the knife to Roger's throat.
It's unknown. One person said he is possibly white. One said he's possibly black.
Copy, a total of 2 Charlie 3 is en route.
I gotta pull something. Let's go.
The guy was here earlier and I told him.
Okay. So you've seen him here before?
Yeah, I told him to get out of here. He's a friend of April's, Anthea Clay.
Okay. Watch yourself.
Be
careful.
More about him.
470 advises on
Why did he do this?
I don't know. I guess I don't know. He stole my money. That's what he was looking for with my purse.
He just came up here to rob you?
He came flying at the door.
Let's go
Like,
downstairs.
I was sitting on the bed. Like right on top of me with the knife.
Keep going.
And he just saying, "Bitch, give it to me. I'm gonna cut your throat. I'm gonna cut your throat."
Okay.
470, do you need me to notify 475?
What did he take from you?
He stole my purse.
Okay, what does your purse look like?
It's a little.
Thank you, sir. 2030.
Oh my God! It's got my ID in it. And I
Okay,
gotta
Paula,
find
we'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it. Keep
Oh,
going. Keep going. Keep going. We're gonna get it.
I think his friend stole my backpack.
Okay, so you got a pink purse, and what color's the backpack?
It's a little teeny purse, like.
Okay.
It's got little witches and Halloween
Here,
things.
hold that.
And he kept saying, "Give me your purse, give me your purse," and I kept saying, "Roger, do something."
Paula, watch your side. Let these guys, medics got to go through to work on your friend, okay?
I kept telling him that we needed a door, and he wouldn't put a door up there. He wouldn't put up a fucking door. And this guy just came up and, he kept punching me in the face because I
Okay.
didn't want to give him my purse.
Okay. And then what happened with your friend? What's your friend's name?
The one that was Roger was somewhere. I don't know where he went.
The guy with the gray hair.
Yeah, Roger. Where is he? Is he okay?
He's okay. He's gonna be treated right now. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
We're getting you to this truck.
He hurt my hand.
Okay.
Punched me a few times.
Okay.
I don't want to go to the hospital.
You're gonna have to go. You have a huge gash in your neck, Paula.
Do what?
You have to go. Okay. These people, we're all here to help you.
I want a
Here.
cigarette.
Sit right here. Sit right here on my car.
I don't know if I can. Can I sit on the chair?
Lean against it. Okay. You lean against it. Do you want to hold your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And then they took off. They took it off and
Where
stuff.
did you seen these guys before?
The one guy.
Okay.
He had a mask on, but I could tell it was him.
Okay.
He was here tonight.
Okay. And his name's Detroit.
This is his nickname.
Okay. Do you know his real name?
No. There's people in the front of the house.
And they know him?
They would know him, yeah.
Okay. Do you know where he lives?
Somewhere on Front Street.
That's all you know?
I believe on Front Street.
Do you know if he lives at in the trailers there? At Roy's?
No, somewhere. Oh, some warehouse. Some warehouse on Front Street.
A warehouse on Front Street?
Yeah. By church.
Yeah, it's okay. Real quick. Don't move your neck, okay?
Come over here. Me.
By hold on.
Paula, take that off, okay?
By you
Let
live
him
by
see it.
by the hogfish.
Okay, by the shrimp boat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ma'am, look at me. I just gotta check out what's going on here.
There's a lot of blood. They said it was clotting. Do I really got to go to the hospital?
It's clotting. You
You're
do
gonna
have to go to the
hospital.
You do need
but
stitches, okay?
It's clotting, so you're good. I don't see any major bleeding. How
What
do
is
you
it? You
feel?
got
My
on your hand,
hand, my hand hurts a lot, and he punched me 3 times in the fucking head.
Where did it?
I don't know. I can't tell.
Did you grab the knife?
Yeah, I tried to. Yeah,
Relax,
when it was up against my throat.
I'm getting more now. He looks like he lives near the warehouse at Bama Seafood, right next to Hogfish, the shrimp boat, Bama Seafood dock. It's gonna be some guy by the name of Detroit. I'm trying to get a real name.
What is that? Is that okay? Is that all right? It hurt my hand. It hurt my hand.
We're working on him. I need you to stay here. You keep an eye. I gotta give him a update.
Can I please sit in the chair? Because I really feel like I'm losing it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to sit. I need to sit. I'm not gonna die, right? I'm not losing that much blood.
No, you're not losing. Go ahead and take a seat for me, okay?
Sit down, Paula.
It hurts.
Hey, yes, I got one here, one's in there.
Where's she stabbed?
She's stabbed in the neck. It's clotting. She's not in bad shape. He
No,
was.
he's not gonna fly. She might.
He's not gonna fly?
This guy's dead, ain't he?
It was on her phone,
Yeah,
but
he's
not
probably
breathing.
not. Yeah, he's probably not.
I couldn't even flip him over to do CPR. Yeah. And she's gonna need to go.
Yelling for somebody who's gonna help me.
Who's on the phone?
I'm calling my friend.
Okay. Is it someone that would know this guy's real name?
No.
Who would know his real name?
No, I don't. No,
Ma'am, can I
Who would know it?
for a second?
Huh?
Let me see. It looks like it's pretty deep. Looks more like.
Hey, who are you? Who are you?
It's my friend Cosmo. Cosmo?
Yeah.
Yeah, my friend. Look what they did to me.
Cosmo, I gotta pat you down. You have any weapons? No.
I called him. I called him to
Hey,
help
I don't
me.
know you, man.
Look.
Cosmo, do you know this guy named Detroit?
No, I know April, bro.
Yeah, one of her fucking.
Don't look for it.
And she's been causing me all kinds. She's been causing me all kinds of hell.
Do I know him?
No, he's on Front Street, but he was in some kind of garden fight. Matt got hurt really bad. Roger got hurt.
What just happened?
Right upstairs. Remember, I keep telling Matt I need a door. He came up and stole my purse. It was my purse.
Tack 5. Tack 4. Patrol 1. Patrol 3. Tack 4. Patrol 1.
Hey, man, what's your name? Okay, I know.
I'm the same as you were.
I know. I appreciate it. Can you do me a favor? Get that.
Copy correction on all channels. Tack 4. All District 1 units go to Tack 4. Reference Stock Island call. Tack 4.
Do you have any ID on you, please? Thank you. You live here? Okay.
I was just here with
You were just here with friends?
Yep.
Do you know the suspect? Some guy named Detroit.
Up with TAC 4.
Really?
1118.
Yes, I
TAC
do.
4.
You were here the other night.
Do you know his real name?
No.
Can't give me anything. First name, last name. Can you tell me where he stays at?
Met him one time here.
1121 and 1125 on TAC 4.
But he kind of threatened me a little bit that night.
Okay. You ever seen him with a weapon? You know what he does for work?
1125.
I didn't even know his name was Detroit till the next day.
What's that?
I didn't even know his name was Detroit till the next day. I never addressed him. I never talked to him. He gave me the creeps from the moment he came on the property. But he wasn't.
1118 Central. Can I run a Florida ID? It's going to be the RP.
He wasn't a friend of mine, and I didn't get involved.
1125, if you're still on 1, TAC 4. 1125, go to TAC 4. We're releasing Patrol 1 in 2036.
He's not dead, is he? Is he bad?
I don't know. It's in bad shape.
Is he bad? Dude, I went back to him, and the other one was still up there.
Oscar 25081768290. That's going to be the RP. The victim, first name is Paula. I know she's an MNI. For this address, I'll get you a numerical shortly. Thank you, sir. Sir, do you live here? Okay, where do you live at? Okay. What did you hear? Thank you, sir. What did you hear or see?
I just heard some commotion, like, help, and I came out, and he was up there, and then there was somebody going out the gate, and I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Did you see the person running out the gate?
Well, that was the person who was up there who did this was still up there, but there was somebody going out the gate, and I didn't know it was like, what was going on? And she said somebody got stabbed. Guy was coming down the steps. That other guy was coming in here because I think there might have been 2 people involved.
Okay.
And one of them ran out, and the other guy was still up there. And I couldn't really see because it's dark. I didn't want to really be too closely involved with any of this bullshit anyway.
I gotcha.
So I went back in there with my dogs.
Okay.
Because I don't hang with these people.
Okay. So can you give me a description of anyone you saw, possibly?
No.
Just
I
two
didn't
people.
Really, I didn't because it's so dark.
Okay.
I had my flashlight. I had my baseball bat in my hand. Say somebody tried to attack me.
And you live here? Yeah. This is the address here, 5650.
Yeah.
You mind if I get your info just because you live here and obviously.
I was sleeping because I was going to have to go to work.
1118 in Numeric. It's going to be 5650 Laurel Avenue. 5650 Laurel Avenue.
Copy, and that is the victim treehouse location.
A-firm.
I think there was 2 people.
Okay.
From what I understand. Because I heard somebody say the other one's still in there. Yeah.
Roger around here. No, man.
You ever met someone named?
Who?
He's in the ambulance, sir.
Yo, man.
Yes.
Roger?
Here you go.
Another
sir.
person? What happened? How many people?
There's 2 people injured.
But I thought
I don't know who. Who?
Golf course?
No, there's an old guy. An old guy I found upstairs.
I think it's Matt. It's Matt who walked up there.
Who's Matt? He lives here too?
The landlord.
He lives in that one, right?
Yeah, but he's not in
Okay.
there.
I think I spoke with him
ran
before.
in there and I looked at him and I didn't.
That's Matthew. He's the owner here.
Okay.
There's another guy, Roger.
There's nobody up there, man. I guarantee it. Was Roger with Paula?
He got messed up too.
1118. There's also possibly a 3rd victim. Older white male named Roger. Not on scene. Hey. So Roger was with you upstairs?
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't the man that I found below you, was it?
No, that's Matt.
Okay. Where's Roger?
I don't know where Roger is.
No, that's Matt. Oh, okay. So
I don't know where Roger is.
Did you see Roger? It's okay, we'll find him. Did you see him get...
Roger was hurt. They had a knife to him, he said. I don't know where he went.
Hey, do you know if Roger left with them? Did he go
No,
downstairs?
Roger wouldn't leave with them. Where is Roger at? I know they had a knife on Roger and they knocked him back.
Where does Roger live?
Indiana. Are you sure he's not in the ambulance?
Does Roger drive a bicycle? Or does
Yeah,
he walk?
but I think he came on the golf cart buggy. He always comes over.
Is the golf cart still here?
No, he was parked over at his work. He always comes out and hangs out with me
Where's he work at?
at the golf club.
Okay.
The golf course.
Okay. 11:18. Possible third suspect named Roger. Yeah, one of the victims says she saw him get stabbed.
I know.
He works the golf course. He lives in Poinciana Plaza.
Where's Roger?
Paula, calm down. It's okay. Sorry.
No.
That's an additional possible victim.
More in the head?
No. Well, yeah, but none of it bleeds or anything. I couldn't find. I was trying to find a flashlight so I could get some beer. I told you guys I couldn't find my phone. I could take a flashlight. And
Hey.
at one point I had Roger's face in my hand.
Hey, Paula, have you ever been to Roger's house?
Not one time, but I wouldn't even remember where it is.
But it's down in the city?
It's in right there, Plaza. Roger didn't do anything.
No, I know. We need to find him in case he's hurt. I want to know if he's okay.
This is really tight, Mr. Lynn.
It's really tight?
Yes. It's right here. Oh, there's a golf course.
Okay. So, do you see his golf cart here now?
No, he doesn't drive the golf course here, okay? I mean, he doesn't drive the golf buggy here.
Oh.
He drives it to, like, the College Road. Please get this all the street, like, please. Joking, right? I don't know where Roger went. I don't know. I just don't know. Look at these hats. I know they jumped on top of that.
Paula.
This guy's a big motherfucker.
Paula. What's your last name?
Selma, CEL, MONTE, 122963.
Sorry, I know it's going. You see another thing? Is that right there?
It's
Paula.
my neck. It's just like right here.
Paula, what's Matt's last name?
Sonnet, CONNET.
Do you know his date of birth?
No.
Okay.
Can I get something to drink? Can I have some water? Can I have some water? Can I have some water? Really?
Yes, ma'am. I'll get you some water right here.
Okay, yeah, it just hurts.
Okay. Put the lid right here on your phone. Okay. So, Paula, what's Roger's last name? Do you know?
Rugged, R-U-G-G-I-T-T, Roger Rugged.
11:25, just confirming you took arrival.
R-U-G-G?
I-T-T.
Do you know his date of birth at all?
No.
Okay. And you think he was hurt?
Yeah.
2024.
Okay.
I think something why you left. I don't know why you left. You know what?
Hey, Paula, was anyone else on scene when this happened?
Tony, listen to me. You know that black guy, Detroit? That black guy named Detroit?
11:18.
He hangs out with that guy, Chris, that you know?
I got the victim's name.
Tony.
First one is Paula Belmont. Date of birth is 12/29/63. The other one is Matt Bonnet, unknown date of birth at this point. And the third possible victim that is not on scene is going to be Roger Rugged. Romeo uniform, Golf, India, Tango, unknown date of birth.
Nancy Clay, we signed a statement yesterday throwing her out of here, Matt and me.
Suspect information on Stock Island. Suspect is a black male, Detroit, possibly at a warehouse at 6475.
Answer me.
6475 2nd Street.
I said, do you know that big black guy named Detroit?
Hey, does Detroit live on second or does he live on front?
He hangs out with that black guy, Chris. Never heard of him. All right, he just said it's fine.
Does he live, this guy Detroit, do you know if he lives on Front Street or does he live by Front Street on 2nd, by those warehouses?
I don't even know. I think it's Front Street. I'm telling you, he's fucking Anthony Clay. He's called all of it. He called all of it.
Does Anthony Clay know Detroit?
Yes, I was here originally.
Okay.
She brings all these scumbags here because she's a crack whore. And she brings all these guys here and has sex with them. That's where she is.
1118, another possible suspect related to this case is going to be Anathea Clay. I believe she's an M&I as well. Anathea Clay.
I thought it was a little bit of like.
Alright.
Cosmo! Go upstairs and get me a cigarette.
Hang on. No one's going upstairs right now. It's a crime scene. No, you're not going anywhere.
Okay, you can't.
I gotta give you a cigarette. You're not going. Do not go upstairs.
Don't yell at him. I told him.
Understand? I'm being very clear.
Do you have any? Is there a knife or anything on scene?
No, they took
I need to go secure the scene right now. I've been trying to get information.
One guy had something like this on Roger. I'm not sure what it was. Nice.
Detroit. Whichever one she wants, but it's up to you.
I was the one who's smoking in front of. It's up to the guys that are treating there.
All right, man. We're gonna get you cleaned up and then take you to Laura Keys. All right?
I want a cigarette, so please.
Are you okay with that?
Thank you, lady.
Yeah, they're good with it. They're good.
That your victim? It's gonna be Matt Bonnet, I think.
Matt Bonnet?
Yeah, that's your victim. Paula, here you go.
That's fine. You can smoke a cigarette.
There you go.
Make it quick, okay? We gotta go.
Take them all right?
No, I had some upstairs.
It's okay. You have the pass. Look, I need to go secure the scene, and in order to do that, I do have to move your stuff.
Okay.
Okay?
Make it quick, all right? What's your name again?
Paula.
Paula. All right.
How am I gonna get home? I don't have shoes and nothing.
Paula, we'll get you home, all right?
Okay, you sure? You're not gonna put me to sleep because my neck. I don't want to lose it.
Paula, your stuff's right here.
Let me get some.
Oh, that's the everything on my home.
Question for you. Who else lives here that's here right now?
I'm the only person I know who's here right now.
Okay.
You want to check
Who
this
else?
place out?
I do. Who else lives here regularly? Do me a favor though. Come here. This is all a crime scene. I need you to stay over here for me. I apologize. Who else lives here?
Matt, Paula, lives
Right,
up there,
right.
and then April lives in the back, the very back.
Okay, and you haven't seen April yet? Okay.
She lives in the very back.
Okay. $11.18.
11:18.
Are there any units available to come to my location? I need to search this whole property for any other people on scene.
11:18 requesting additional at the treehouse location.
Hey, get back.
Davis, Anthony Road. Have a phone at Yale, if you can pull it up so we got
Go ahead. 11:25. I copy. I'll let it in the cat.
What's that?
Three arrival. 2051.
Any additional available?
12:02. Can you advise? Or any additional unit that can assist 1118 at the treehouse location to check the property.
Negative, hold what you got. 1125 and route 1118. And our position in the city, 1121 standby. We'll have a unit over there to relieve you shortly. Got that.
KYPD was sending a second or a third unit, I believe, according to their radio traffic.
Yeah, they're showing up now. I'm trying to play something.
You can disregard the backup. Properties. Here's clear. Hey, stay back. Blood dripping down under here. I didn't want you to get.
Copy, David. We're
I cleared this trailer. This guy says he lives in this trailer. I'm gonna ask him if I can go look in it, just make sure no one's in there. We're missing one resident and one possible victim.
somebody in the very back?
There was not. Do you? It doesn't look like anyone was back there.
11:25.
Do you mind if I search your trailer just to make sure that no one's in there?
You can go. The dogs are right there. You open the door. The dogs are right there.
Okay, I just want to glance in there. Make sure
Oh, look, yeah.
no people are in there. A puppy. Nobody in there.
Guy 12 and 1 I dealt with is in jail.
At this point, no. It's not me, right?
City does not have any available.
As far as I got 2 males left on foot, unknown direction, and no vehicle.
Back in here.
I did. The treehouse has been secured. There's other residents that live here. I'm keeping them off the property until I get a major crimes unit.
Bravo 2 to 1118, select all the identification of any person there on scene. So they don't disappear.
Copy that. I already got it. A crime scene case.
1125, come on back to me. We're going to try to go into secondary. Coming back. 1201, call was involved. Reference my F is jail.
Eleven 18. This victim that was conscious is insistent that it's by Hogfish. The only warehouse by Hogfish is the Bama Seafood Warehouse. This might be a crypto worker.
Or any additional unit, I have a fight possibly in progress at Maloney, Thompson, Maloney. Single caller, so female advised they're about to cut each other, then the female hung up on the call taker. Upon callback, the female was advising that she did not give any information and that they were fighting now. Maloney, Thompson, 26-7.
Bravo 2, copy 1125 and 1121. Respond to that area and see if it's connected.
I'm sorry, man. What was your first name?
Ben.
What is it?
Ben.
Ben. And you said you know this guy Detroit?
I don't know.
You
I heard
seen
him say. I heard didn't Paula say his name? I heard Paula said his name. Something about Detroit. I don't know anything.
But you seen him around here, or
You know, to tell the truth, I've never actually seen him.
Okay.
I've been in my RV, and I've heard him talk and heard him say his name before.
Yeah.
I don't associate with these.
I get it.
I don't want to be a part of that vibe.
I got you.
It's a bad one.
Any chance you've heard them say where he lives or where he
no.
works or anything like that?
Does he have a job? I don't even know if he has a job.
Does he come around often?
Maybe a few times a week, maybe.
Like, has he always come around? Has it been like recently?
The past several months, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I try to. I always tell them to keep me out of that.
So that's fine. I know Anastasia Clay. I know that name. She used to live here.
Yeah, April. Yeah. She usually wants to stay in the very back room.
Okay. So she still lives here.
She still does, but
I'm headed to town, so I'll meet you there.
during the day.
They're actually being searched
earlier.
This one earlier today?
It was like 4 something, around 4 o'clock.
Okay. $18, 1201. Apparently this is related to Anastasia Clay, aka April. They kicked her out of this complex, and she's upset, and she apparently knows the suspect male in Detroit. Copy. You guys take it off?
Yeah. That's it, crazy.
They haven't said Tucker's name at all. And that's on them, the no sound. I wonder why. What are they talking about? Okay, come on now. And where's that female detective? She's supposed to be in this. Why can't we hear her?
Thanks, Brandon.
6475.
I gotta stay here till someone gets here. Thank you.
2103.
What's that? I'm sorry. Well, I can't let anyone on the property until Major Crimes gets here and assess what's going on. It's gonna be a little bit. Do you have somewhere you can go for the night?
No. Well, I mean, I gotta go to work, but like.
What time you go to work?
Gotta be there by 10. But
At night?
Yeah.
Where you work at?
The Chevron, like Truman and White.
Okay. We'll make that happen. You change your clothes.
1202 to 1201. Are we talking about the right warehouse on 2nd Avenue towards the end there, where the apartments are? 2nd Street, just up from Tom's Up.
Oh, man, it's all right.
I believe we're out the location you're talking about.
When that woke me up, got me out of my regular. I was sleeping. 11:25
and 11:21
Jack 4.
You got a chair? You want water or anything?
Oh, no.
Okay. I'm gonna turn my lights off. What's up? It's over on 2nd Street.
Where's that?
Well, that 2nd Street there?
That one is?
Yeah,
Right.
so you take it pretty much directly across Maloney.
Right.
You'll go by
Okay.
Tom.
Yeah, I know.
And it's a warehouse on the left side. Huh?
They're 155 on tax 4. Where do you see them in South End College Road right now?
Sorry for that.
1202, revise lashes. They're 155. On South End College Road, where do you see?
You hear what they say about that?
They were still working them, I heard.
I have Stock Island, any corrections, out perimeter for Stock Island.
1118. I'm sure you're aware, but all those warehouse apartments have rear entrances. Huh? That guy was tattooed across the stomach. Yeah. Well,
knew what was going on if anybody.
Fortunately, I was the only one on scene.
Oh, well.
And I was a little preoccupied.
I never need my assistance, well, it's too late now, but I would have tackled the guy and helped him.
That's okay. I got his name.
Because, I mean, he knew what was going on more than anybody. He was the one yelling at me that there's two of them and there's one still up there. And I'm sitting with I got a bat right in my hand. I'm in my boxers. And he's like, just call 911. So I went up back into my RV.
So he was up there.
Out here. I don't know, like, what happened?
Well, I got the call. I got the call to meet him out here.
Yeah, I don't know how they. See, I don't even know what happened exactly.
But I don't know if he was there in the treehouse.
But see, when I came out here, because I heard him yelling out here.
How you doing?
Hey.
I'm definitely home.
Where this happened?
This is the scene here. I haven't let anyone in since medics cleared. I cleared the property, no one else is there. The actual crime scene's roped off.
Inside or?
It's inside the yard. Yeah. I don't know if you can see it from here, but this treehouse.
No, I'm not gonna.
Well, you can see it right here. That treehouse is where it occurred.
How many victims?
At least 2. There's a possible third that is missing, according to one of the conscious victims.
Okay. Are we going to put up a crime scene or?
I have the crime scene secured here.
Inside?
Inside.
Okay.
No one.
Kept himself.
I'm guessing on scene they're all going down 2nd Street here.
Because
You go past Thompson, there's warehouses, and that's where the suspect lives. They have that place around it. I'm not sure if he's there.
Right.
There's
All right.
2 possible suspects. One we have an ID on.
Who are you in? Who are you in?
This guy lives here. I was just talking to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He barely heard what happened and came out and didn't see anything except for maybe 2 people that.
Has I understand there's a death? There's a death?
Not confirmed yet, but.
Over at the hospital? Okay. So has medical examiner been called?
I'm not aware.
Okay.
I've been on scene. I'm the only one on scene.
Yeah. Well,
And everyone else is securing a perimeter over there.
okay.
We called the city in to help, and there's some
Right. I saw him out there.
detective units also coming. That's who just drove by as well.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, this is the scene then, so I'll just turn our. Go ahead.
They're waiting. They're fine. They're waiting for the confirmed 6-7 from the hospital before they call the enemy.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I'm just gonna step back and stand by.
Okay. You want a water or anything?
Oh yeah.
They're not cold.
That'd be great. That's fine. Thank you.
No problem.
The third helicopter to hangar has a light that we can use to light up the area. Do you have a need for it down there? Not at this time, only because we're focused in the dark. We have no real name of any suspects right now. We thought we had one that proved negative. It's possible that it's a shrimper or something like that down on Front Street. We'll just start getting that area and show the rally tree so it's all about.
Hello.
Well, what the heck is going on here? Hold on. Still no sound.
Hey, man.
Good evening.
How you doing? Who are you, if you don't mind me asking?
No, you need ID?
Well,
Not a
we'll
problem.
start with who you are.
Michael Alexander.
Michael Alexander, you live here?
No, ma'am.
Okay, what brings you around here?
That little yellow thing right beside you.
Uh-huh.
I've been working on it here for a couple of weeks.
Okay.
Getting right there.
Okay.
My bike there. My other bike here.
Okay, were you here earlier today?
Yes, ma'am. I was working on my forklift earlier today.
It's in here. All right, thank you, sir. Well, I got the whole yard, and the main crime scene is this tree house. I have that ripped off, and no one's been in the yard since I secured the property.
You got a crime scene log going?
Well, no one's been in, but no, I haven't started one officially.
You probably should, because the detectives are going to start.
All right.
Before negative contact.
We have a case number yet?
I don't think so. Yeah. And don't you dare put my name on that like your kneecap.
I'm telling you, the conscious victims support is
You're not.
cat.
We had to steal it.
Hey. The conscious victims swore up and down that it was the warehouse next to Hogfish.
White House next door?
The warehouse next to Hogfish, which is the only one there is the Bama Seafood one. Which a bunch of people since the hurricane, half of it blew off, and a lot of people have been staying in there. Yeah. Oh, please.
I will. Danielle, get away from here. I don't, because it's going to stop.
Well, picture things.
Alex, this is Captain Phelps. Give me the incident number for the thing on Laurel Avenue. I need a incident number. I'm giving it to Mola because she's got the original. Yep, assign one to Mola. She's got the original. And then tell me what it is when you got it. She's ready with her pen in hand.
You know, Russ was with.
I bet it starts with MCSO 17 OF 007954. Thank you, sir. And it'll be Hull and Mo. Have it. All right. Thanks, Alex. All right. Bye.
Oh, what little secrets are they saying now? Why don't we get sound?
Hey. Stop saying Christmas song.
That's not on, right?
What is with all the muting?
Alright, so this is apparently the way they ran out.
They ran through here?
Supposedly.
Here, stay out for right now. I'm gonna light it up.
Hear that?
What was that?
Confirm. TOD?
You still have one, right?
Yeah, that was 167. Confirmed.
Okay, so we still have one that's...
Do you hear that?
Copy, we'll figure it out. Thank you.
They have another John Doe, so that might be the second.
Do you have one
third
here?
victim missing. No. Everyone went to Lower Keys.
Okay, that's the guy then.
The 6-7, his first name should be Matt.
Okay. Where's this at?
Huh?
This place at? We got all...
Yeah, this guy in the ponytail lives in one of the trailers. He had nothing to do with anything today. The guy next to him owns this forklift and came to work on it.
Sounds good.
Supposedly they ran out the yard this way. As soon as I could, I secured the treehouse where the initial crime scene happened.
Oh, it is a
and
treehouse.
I secured, oh yeah, a heck of a treehouse. Double decker.
Who's back here?
I got just me. Crime scene load. Pictures here. We're just about to go.
Captain inside?
What's that?
Captain Paul's inside?
No, no one's inside. No one's been inside.
Go in just 1 second. Were you able to get me here to clear this?
I did.
Good job.
She went with what's her name?
What did we search on this property?
I cleared everything.
Both, all the trailers by yourself?
Couldn't get anyone else here.
That's a bad job. But good job for doing that.
I did the best I could.
Yeah, I would have held this motherfucker and said, "You can rinse it." Yeah, I get you. You don't have that Tony Lopez, right? Hope you're on mute.
All right. Nah. So I need my partner. Are you coming in? You want to have a crime scene log, if you don't mind?
I ain't coming in there.
Yeah.
I don't need to go in there.
I was just saying. I mean, you're here. I didn't know.
I need to go in there. Are these two guys? Not me. So do you know about the people we have in custody and what people were looking for?
I don't know anything to be having with custody. And then we were talking to one down at Hall Kitchen person from yelling. Yeah, we're about stabbing them in the fight.
Crush that. Before we go,
For real?
You know who owns this property?
Believe the deceased. He at least built the treehouse. I know that.
No, I didn't hear that.
Where did the deceased live?
Contact us from 30 this year.
1118. We have Anthony Clay on scene now. Sierra 150 is talking to her. Hey. Stop singing Christmas songs.
Wow. They sure do that a lot, you guys. Huh.
Hear that?
What was that?
Confirm. TOD?
First. You still have one, right?
Yeah, that was 167. Confirmed.
Okay, so we still have one that's.
Do you hear that?
Copy, we'll figure it out. Thank you.
They have another John Doe, so that might be the second.
Do you have one
third
here?
victim missing. No. Everyone went to Lower Keys.
Okay, that's a guy then.
The 6'7", his first name should be Matt.
Okay. Where's this place at?
Huh?
This place at? We got all
Yeah, this guy in the ponytail lives in one of the trailers. He had nothing to do with anything today. The guy next to him owns this forklift and came to work on it.
Sounds good.
Supposedly they ran out the yard this way. As soon as I could, I secured the treehouse where the initial crime scene happened.
Oh, it's a
and
treehouse.
I secured. Oh yeah, a heck of a treehouse. Double decker.
Who's back here?
I got just me. Crime scene log. Pictures here. We're just about to go.
Captain's side?
Stuff?
Captain Paulson's side?
No, no one's inside. No one's been inside.
Go in just 1 second. Were you able to get me here to clear them?
I did.
Good job.
you. I mean, you're here. I didn't know. Couldn't get anyone else here.
That's a bad job. But good job for doing that.
I did the best I could.
Yeah, I would have held this motherfucker and said, you get real to me. Yeah, I get you. You don't have that Tony Lopez job. Hope you're on mute. All right.
Nah. Well, I need my partner. Are you coming in? You want to sign this crime scene log, if you don't mind?
I ain't coming in there.
Yeah.
I don't need to go in there.
I was just saying, I mean, you're here. I didn't know.
I need to go in there, or these two guys. Not me. So do you know about the people we have in custody and what people we're looking for?
I don't know anything of even having them in custody. And then we were talking to one down a hog fishing person and yelling. Yeah, we're about stabbing them in the fight.
Crush that.
What was it? I didn't hear it. Let me go back here a little bit. Shoot.
She went with, what's her name?
What did we search on this property?
I cleared everything.
Both, all the trailers? By yourself?
Mm-hmm. Couldn't get anyone else here.
That's a bad job. But good job for doing that.
I did the best I could.
Yeah, I would have held this motherfucker and said, you get real to me. Yeah, I get you. You don't have that Tony Lopez job. Hope you're on mute. All right.
Nah.
Wow.
Are you coming in? You want to sign this crime scene log, if you don't mind?
I ain't coming in there.
Yeah.
I don't need to go in there.
I was just saying, I mean, you're here. I didn't know.
I need to go in there, or these two guys. Not me. So do you know about the people we have in custody and what people we're looking for?
I don't know anything of even having them in custody. And then we were talking to one down a hog fishing person and yelling. Yeah, we're about stabbing them in the fight.
Crush that.
Here they go, muting again. Wow.
She swears he was stabbed.
1202 to all units, get some information that Detroit, dark black male.
Where did it actually occur at?
Over.
Location pair and ball. That subject currently left once they got out down towards Laurel Second Avenue area.
It occurred in or out?
The first victim, the deceased, was on this platform here.
Okay.
Paula was at the top screaming, stabbed in the neck. So I think what happened was...
What was his, do you remember his body position? Face up, face down?
Face down. Sounds like, according to the first witness I had on scene, the RP, he was sitting down here, he heard a ruckus. The guy who lives in this trailer said, I'm going to go see what that was. And he went up, and the other guy, the RP, heard another ruckus. And then he saw two people run out. He saw the guy laying there, and he heard Paula screaming. That's when he called it. He went over to CVS to get help.
So we had two people leave.
Yes.
One of those possibly the other guy stabbed. So we have no
two suspects.
Well, we supposed to have three victims though?
Well, one we haven't been able to
one
locate.
Just magically disappeared.
According to Paula, he was.
Can I see that for 1 second?
Unless he's further up. I mean, I looked in the treehouse. All the medics were up there with me.
I'll go up there and I'll go to the top house.
That's where Paula was. I mean, I'll show you. You'll see the puddle of blood here. Well, all the medics were in and out of here.
You like it?
I am. My battery's dying though. You guys go ahead.
Now it looks like going down the middle. Gotcha. So she was here, or he was here?
He was here, face down. Stabbed, it was like in the back and the shoulder.
Right here?
Yep.
Now we go around and I'm following you. What stuff is that?
That might be Rogers, I don't know.
blood on the railing right here.
What kind of body footage is this? We don't even get to see anything. Just saying.
I can show you the deceased. The deceased lived here in this in the front door of this one.
Okay.
Okay. The guy out front lives in that one.
What?
The guy out front, he lives in that one. Supposedly Anastasia Clay lived in the back, but she got kicked out. All the doors were open when I walked up.
So our decedent is the owner of this place.
1118. As far as he at least built it.
You do have the other victim?
Hey, friend, that's correct. The deceased is going to be Matt, M-A-T-T.
And we don't have a name. I told him to call you right away. I had all kinds of stuff going. Trust me.
I have his name.
Yeah, but it was. I'm letting you know. That was the first thing I said. Is I said let Lima 1, Lima 2 know what's going on.
I already called out the
because I didn't have
deceased
time to talk to no one. Everybody's all fluid. You know what's going on.
1118. The deceased, Matt Bonnet. Bravo, Oscar, November, Echo, Tango, Tango.
And I wanted you guys to know that I had at least one down and what was happening. But I can't do. You know, I can't make phone calls in the middle of a mess.
Copy that. So it's unknown if Lower Keys has a second male. Lower Keys is saying they have a deceased male. They don't unknown.
That guy, I think it was a male that's deceased.
No, but they don't know if it's an additional at Lower Keys or not.
Well, the female is still there. This guy here said he's talked to her at the hospital. She's being treated, so she's still alive.
No, I know.
Over there?
I think no, not yet.
Smith was going to send somebody. Don't know.
We don't. We don't know yet. We can't give you that information yet.
Right?
gonna walk him in and get his crap and get him out of here. No, we're gonna interview first. Well, that's what I mean. He's gonna do. So once you take care of him, then let us know. Okay. And you just make sure for now, just hang out here, make sure nobody goes out.
I got the crime scene log. Y'all stand by with my camera on?
Yeah. Sir, can I get you to come sit here for a minute?
We're gonna try to get you out of here, Ben.
Sorry we're meeting like this. What's your name? Ben. Ben? I'm Matt Pitcher. Give me just a second, alright? Do you mind if I do a little recording? I'm sorry, buddy. Can I get your full name again? And what's your date of birth, Ben?
12/78.
You want to inside a deal?
You already have. Oh, perfect. Then I'm good. Ben, you swear everything you're about to tell me is accurate to the best of your knowledge? Yes. Help me out here. Can you tell me what happened tonight? From what you know, I know.
People were attacked.
Okay. Where were you at the time? RV. Okay. Where did it
I was
happen?
sleeping actually, and I heard somebody saying, so I came out and I was like, what's going on? And somebody was running out the gate. So I came out, I grabbed my baseball bat, I still wasn't the boxer, I didn't have time to put anything on.
Right.
And I came out here, and that guy there was over there, across the street. And he was talking about that he's like, where did the other one go? I'm like, what other one? There's two people, right? He said, I guess there was two people that were involved in the attack. I'm not sure exactly what he meant by that, but he said there was somebody still inside. And I was like, oh, shit. So I went in there and I was asking, I shouted up in the tower. I was like, is everything okay up there? And Paula said, call 911. I think it was Paula that said that, call 911. So I went in my room and I closed the door and I called 911 because I thought something bad's happening, obviously.
Right.
I heard somebody got stabbed and I wasn't sure exactly who. I was worried about Matt, and ended up getting attacked, I guess. I've known Matt for a while, but all these other people.
You remember what time this was about?
I don't know. I think it was before 9.
Okay.
Around 9.
Okay. And you said when you first came out, you saw somebody running out?
Yeah, somebody's going out the gate.
Do you remember what they were wearing, what they looked like, anything like that?
No, it looked like some tall guy.
White, black? Okay. Did you see his hair or anything like that?
I didn't have a flashlight or anything. There was barely any light. It was very dark in there.
Okay. Would you recognize him if you saw him again, or you only saw the back of him?
Seriously, not.
I know it was dark, but did you see him carrying anything like that?
No. Okay. When I came back in, that one guy came back in, and somebody was coming down the steps. And I think that was the guy who had the knife.
After all this, there was still a guy there?
No, when I was going back into my room.
Like after you came out and saw?
Yeah, I was like right there in the doorway. I didn't actually leave the property. I was standing right there.
And then there was a guy coming down then with a knife?
No, I ran in there, and that guy came up as I was going inside my room, and he was going towards the treehouse, what they call the treehouse, and somebody was coming down the steps, and I think he had a knife or something, and the other guy was like, whoa, like, attacking him or what?
Did you recognize
I didn't want to stick around. I don't want to be out there in a dangerous area. Like, I don't want to get attacked. I know I had a bat knife. Right. I probably could have defended myself. But if somebody, I just don't want to take the chance of getting hurt.
Do you remember what the guy looked like that you saw? The second one?
Hurt. No, what he's wearing or anything. It was a black guy.
Okay.
Yeah. I heard. They said it was Bigfoot. That's the name I heard.
a black guy named Detroit? Okay. You said you saw a knife. How big would you say the knife was? What did it look like?
I didn't actually see the knife, but that's what happened. Some people got attacked, and the guy was, I don't know if he was attacking that guy. I was like, whoa! He was like he was coming at him or something. You know, and that's what I was going inside. I was going to stick around out there to get stabbed myself.
Right. Definitely understand. Is there anything else you can think of that I need to know?
No.
Do you have any issue if I call you later on? Did you get his phone number?
I did not.
Can we get his phone number? Just
305.
Sorry, I'm not that quick. Give me a pen. Oh, it's over there. Was it 305?
304. 0553.
Ben, do you have somewhere that you can go for now?
Well,
He's got to go to work.
Working, I'll be a little late, I'm sure, but.
Okay, he can go to work. I'm not
Tell,
going to keep you.
He's got to get his shirt. Like,
Gotta go.
I'll walk him on scene and
Just let him get his stuff and just make sure we're.
yeah, just get whatever.
Lock my room and everything.
Just whatever you got to get to work. Just bare minimum. Five, 13.
I'm sure y'all have heard of the house, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've been here before.
It's not a good vibe. I try to stay away from it. Hey guys, we're gonna have to be good. You okay if I get some soup? I think that should be good for tonight.
Okay, you got everything.
When am I going to be able to grab myself? Oh, no, So,
I don't want to let these guys out.
listen, I'll tell them to go back to my room. But, okay, you guys, come on. You got plenty of water, food, yeah, you guys gonna be good. Pop up the ceiling. When will I be able to come back?
What time's your shift then?
6 a.m.
Okay.
Oh, I'm turning this off. That'll be all right.
I'm sure by 6 you'll be.
No, I know I should move. I should have moved
Be
a
able
long
to
time
back.
ago, but it's like cheap rent and still being hard to find. Check real quick here. Make sure that. Can I close my window there?
Yep. When I checked your place earlier, a cat ran out of there.
Oh yeah, Jesse, you're gonna have to go outside. You wanna go out that way? Yeah, man, it's bad drama around here. It wasn't always like that. When I first moved in here, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
This Matt, man, he's very socially awkward. And lets people walk all over. He has not been associated with what we call mental instability. I'm pretty sure that's all. I'm pretty sure y'all know all that.
I've been here before. I've spoken to Matt. I know Paula.
Yeah.
To the point where I see her around and.
Yeah, it's not good. And that's the only one out of all of them I consider a friend. None of the other ones I didn't want to have nothing to do with. Matt. No, I'm just other people.
Yes, sir. Thanks for your cooperation.
But I need to really get out there and get involved. bad. I don't know who's doing it. I knocked him out. But
Ben, what was it? I'm sorry, give me your given name. It's Ben.
Benjamin, or is the proper?
Okay.
People just call me Ben. Benjamin Lee Dean Hanson. My full name.
Lee Dean Hanson.
Lee
Got to put
Dean
Ben
L.
Hanson.
Yeah, you can put that.
And you went on crime scene at.
It was like around 9 or before 9, probably.
22:05.
9ish. Something happened, I think. But am I is Matt going? Is he gonna be in the hospital, or are they gonna take him somewhere else?
Right now, as far as I know, he's at Lower Keys Medical here.
Maybe I'll be able to go in and check on him tomorrow sometime. Or,
We'll be in touch. When you come back at 6 a.m., we'll have information for you, I'm sure.
okay.
Okay.
So I'll be able to come back. It'll be cool.
As far as I know. I mean,
if this is here, I don't want to be going.
when you come back at 6, we'll have information one way or another for you, okay? Actually, I can't give you any more at this time.
All right.
All right? Thank you, Ben.
I will take over your spot, start writing. In your car, start taking care of your report.
Okay.
That way you're freed up to do whatever. We're not here all night.
Oh my God, here I've been talking the whole time. Shoot. So I'm going to end this here. What do you guys think about this case? I think it's interesting. I think this man has been falsely accused. All that he said, she said stuff. Okay, I'm going to get going. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for everybody that have been here. Thank you to people that watch the replay. And I'm going to try to get a hold of this man and talk to him. I don't know how, but I'll figure it out. Good night. Love you, Miss Barbara. Love you, Jimmy.